The following is a presentation of RMG Sports, award-winning championship television.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to welcome everybody in from around the world here to the AJSA final round. This is the American Jet Sports Association. Welcome to Claytor Lake. My name is Mike Young, hanging out with my good friend Glenn Elliott here. Glenn, let's talk to the folks back at home.
All right, that's right, Mikey. We got a great racetrack today here at Claytor Lake State Park in Virginia. We've got dual log jumps set up for the Pro 1050 class coming up first on the agenda. Qualifying action. It's going to be, we've got a real battle going on this weekend. Jimmy Wilson, multinational world champion, has been in a battle all year with young Tegan Hill, and it's right down to the wire. We're separated by a mere points.
Yeah, that's right. Going to have that championship award ceremony a little bit later on tonight. Again, if you need tickets, make sure you stop up at the merch booth. As once again, we are closing in our final practice session of the day. Currently out on the water, but coming up first, we're going to have our Pro 1050 class. And I can already tell that we're live on the internet because my phone's already ringing off the hook.
All right, man. And don't forget, the AJSA swag is open, and they are selling out of these Blue Ridge Mountain Series t-shirt. I got mine, Mikey, but tomorrow there's going to be some special t-shirts. Tomorrow is going to be the first round of the Blue Ridge Summer Series put on by Jonathan McCreary. First round right here at Claytor Lake tomorrow.
I'd like to say a very special thanks to all our good friends here from Pulaski County for rolling out that proverbial red carpet for us. You know, what a beautiful place to race. You know, this is just kind of hidden, you know, back behind the mountains here. You know, I was coming in last night, and unfortunately I came in and it was around midnight, so I didn't get to see how beautiful it was, but an absolutely beautiful place to race here at Claytor Lake State Park. Special thanks to all the officials here who have helped us out in making sure that this could happen. Got Paul Laird down there. He's doing some final technical inspections here in the 1050cc class. Special thanks to the United States Marine Corps. Of course, they have been our title sponsor all season long, and we'll have the Marine Corps start-finish line here this weekend.
That's right, Mikey. We also want to take this moment to thank Pro Rider Magazine. If you haven't signed up for Pro Rider Magazine, they have digital subscriptions, and they have the ones that mail right to your house. It's the only magazine out there right now covering the watercraft racing world. Check out Pro Rider Magazine. We want to thank the Raddies for being with us all year.
Hey, by the way, just as a reminder to all of our racers out there, when you are on the water, if you have a number on your boat, you should have a helmet on your head. That's right. So once again, make sure that you always have a helmet and a life vest on when you take off here from the shoreline. That message being brought to you by our good friend, Course Marshal Randy, who's in charge of safety out there on the water. G?
All right, we also want to thank our year-long sponsor, One Up Storage out of Chattanooga. Those guys have been with us all year long, and we want to thank them for their support. They've been great. We've also got Visit Pulaski County this weekend. I want to thank all those guys for having us out here to the beautiful Claytor Lake State Park.
All righty, G, taking a look down here as race number one getting ready to come to the line. It's a ski 1050cc class. And I believe we've got Roger Veermack from Deerfield Beach, Florida. He's going to be out there. Boat number 64, boat number 88, Brad Adams from Appleton, Tennessee, sponsored by One Up Storage. Boat number, yeah, we're going to the pro class first. We're not going to race number one. So, Glenn, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Well, that's right, Mikey. Up first is going to be the Pro 1050. Here at the AJSA, what we've been doing all year long is putting the emphasis on the pro. So we have a pro show that starts at 10 o'clock. That's our pro qualifying. Then we also have pro racing at 1 o'clock. And then today we're going to have pro racing at 3 o'clock. So today what we're going to do is a 3-moto system for the pros. I believe all 3 motos count this week. I'm not sure, but all 3 motos, I believe, do count, and then we're going to average a score for the winner.
All right, well, we need Cameron Frame down to the starting line. Cameron Frame, we need you down to the starting line. I believe someone's waiting on you for a hold down there. So this is actually race number 14, which is the first race of the day, which is our qualifying. And down online from Rutherfordton, North Carolina, sponsored by Lair Performance Watercraft, the PWC Doctor, Power Sports Supply, and Triple Cross Ministries. Boat number 4 is Tegan Hill.
On boat number 85, out of Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, it's Dustin Higdon riding for the Chattanooga Jetski Club, Momo's Barbecue, his beautiful wife, and Team 332.
And from Bowie, Maryland, boat number 87, Glenn Sylvester.
Boat number 300 out of Matthews, North Carolina. It's multinational world champion Jimmy Wilson riding for Broward Motorsports, AOMC MX, AOMC dealership, Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Works H2O's Designs, Coba Energy, Hot Products USA, and Cabrera Motorsports.
And boat number 331 from Mount Airy, Maryland, Joe Lyons.
And on boat number 702, it's Jeb Zarzauer out of Lawrence, Kansas.
And rounding out the field on the Fly Racing Blacktip, Works H2O Designs, Quakey Sense, SBT Jet Dynamics, Fast Power Sports, IPD Graphics, Commander, boat number 911, Sophie Francis.
My favorite racer in the world.
All right, so looks like we've got about 7 racers here to do battle. Pro 1050 class coming up. All righty, so a couple of pro classes coming up first here for all of you folks listening in on the live stream being brought to you by RacerH2O.com. Special thanks to Jared Robesberg and his crew for coming out to Virginia and being a part of our racing here with the AJSA. Once again, this is the 1050cc stock class coming up first, and they are racing for position online. And they're going to have 2 motos today. We're going to have one at 1 o'clock and one at 3 o'clock after this qualifier. But again, racing for position online right now. And I believe we're going 8 laps here in this first one. All right, so the pros are here. They're ready to do business. Again, Tegan Hill and Jimmy Wilson both in the battle for that points lead. We'll be giving out the overall awards a little bit later on tonight. Tomorrow, the first race of the Blue Ridge Series.
That's right, Mikey. That Blue Ridge Mountain Series starts tomorrow. You want to make sure you stay around and race in that because it's going to be the first race of their series. Making history.
You know, I'll tell you what. There's a lot of change on the line. You know, I'm just being informed by my good friend Brad Hill. You know, it's $3,000 for first place in this class, only $1,250 for second. So these motos that these guys are running today. Well, yeah, I'll tell you, an extra $1,700 on the line for that first place spot, 3,000 large.
Wow, that's right, Mikey. Tonight at the award ceremony, we'll be paying out $15,000, $5,000 to the Pro 1500 class, $5,000 to the Pro 1050 class, and $5,000 to the Pro 1800 runabout class.
Now, I know that we've got 2 pro races here in the ski class to start us out this weekend. And I believe Graham Hunt, our only pro in the 1800 class. He's going to be pitted with the amateurs when we race their motos a little bit later on today.
That's right, for all you racers out there. We got 2 pro classes. Then we're going to go right into moto number 1. So moto number 1, you guys need to start getting ready because you're on deck.
So we got 2 races here before moto number 1. We got our 1050 and then our 1500 cc pro class. That'll be coming up right after this one. Beautiful morning here at Claytor Lake. For those of you listening in at home, we got a little bit of overcast here today. Current temperature, it's about 74 degrees. It's a nice little breeze. It doesn't look like it's too choppy out there. It's going to be a very fast track for our racers out here this weekend.
And it looks like the forecast does include showers this afternoon, but as long as there's no lightning, we'll be running motos.
So once again, extending our pro class into a couple of motos, not just a qualifier and a main event. As Lance, your flagman, says fire him up, and right after he says fire him up, he takes a look over and says shut him down. Somebody call him for a 2-minute hold down there on the starting line. So once again, Tegan Hill, Jimmy Wilson with the most to lose. Now, where is Sophie Francis in this battle? I believe she's currently in the 3rd spot, correct?
Yeah, she is in 3rd in front of Dustin Higdon right now, and I believe there's a little spread there, but her and Dustin are battling for the podium position for tonight at the awards.
Podium position and a little bit of change to go with it. As we were 2-1, and Lance says, let's get her done. And we are on the way to turn number 1. A right-handed course this weekend, Glenn. You like the right-handed courses.
My favorite, Mikey, right-handers. On the inside, it looks like Jimmy Wilson with the hole shot. On the outside, there's a 4-stroke Superjet. Not sure who's on that one. Tegan Hill on the inside, right behind Jimmy Wilson.
And here they come out of the split, bottom right-hand side of the track and down the front straightaway as the green flag comes from the tower.
.331 in second. Tegan Hill, number 4, back in 3rd. Dustin Higdon's in 5th. Sophie must have got a bad start. She's back in 7th.
So is that Lyons out in front on the 331?
331 is in 2nd. That's on the new Superjet, the new style Superjet right now. Jimmy Wilson out front. He's going to take the outside split.
So you got Wilson out there in front of Lyons. Wilson on the outside split comprised of the blue buoys out there, the inside, the white buoys.
Tegan Hill takes the inside.
The inside a little bit more tighter, a little bit more technical. The outside a little bit more wide open and sweeping. And
log jumps open, Mikey.
Yeah, here we go. First time over the log jump, and it's Jimmy Wilson. Hop, and right over the top. No issues there for Wilson. Lyons says he's going to go to the other side, and here comes Tegan Hill. Tegan going to advance in position, moves up into that 2nd place position as he goes around the double yellows and through the chicane over there on the left-hand side of the track. Wilson once again hitting that log jump on the outside, so both log jumps are now open, serving up fresh rubber.
Zarzauer hits a log jump, makes the move over Sophie. We got a log jump on the back straight too, Mikey. Right now Sylvester hits it.
Meanwhile, course marshal Randy working on that one on the inside. Looked like it went to a 45 degree after 3 racers attacking the log jump here on the inside. And when I say the inside, I'm talking about right in front of announcing. So here comes your race leader once again. Jimmy Wilson, hop, up over the top. No problems there for Wilson. Again, out of Matthews, South Carolina, originally from Hebron, Ohio. Tegan Hill still maintaining that 2nd place position, but he's about 6 seconds off the pace. Meanwhile, Joe Lyons out of Mount Airy, Maryland, in that 3rd position.
Lynn Sylvester in 4th on the 87. Dustin Higdon, 85, hits a log jump, followed by Zarzauer.
And here comes Sophie Francis. Francis wheeling over the log jump. Currently sitting in that 6th place position. And she's going to need to move up through the pack if she wants to take that 3rd place from Dustin Higdon at the awards ceremony tonight. Again, this is just a qualifier, racing for position online for your 1 o'clock show, your 3 o'clock show. And once again, look at Wilson.
Barely slows down at all.
Exactly. Course Marshal Randy trying to keep an eye on it, staying right there beside that log jump. Tegan Hill goes up and over, again, about 6.5 seconds behind your race leader right now, Wilson, who works his way around the other log jump. I'd like to say a special thanks to the NC Drone Company, getting a lot of the action. Brannon getting the action right there over the log jump. And here we go, side by side. 7:02, working on
Zarzauer, that's
Higdon.
Dustin Higdon. Zarzauer makes the move, shuts the door.
So Zarzauer moving up into that 4th place position over Higdon as they approach the log jump on the back section of the track.
Well, and right now, I believe Sylvester's in 4th. That's going to put over the log jump. Zarzauer in 5th. Higdon avoids the log jump. Now Francis, Sophie goes over it. So we got a mix going on here. Some guys taking it, some not.
Right, and the log jump on the front straightaway has been closed due to the log jump has a mind of its own.
Looks like we lost an anchor.
So once again, Pro 1500 will be coming up next as the yellow flag flies here on the inside portion of the track. Course Marshal Randy diverting all of our 1050 riders away from the log jump as he tries to get that re-anchored out there. Your race leader is still Jimmy Wilson. And Wilson, like us on Monday, man, checking out of this one. So the log jump back open for Wilson. And Wilson up and over, no problems whatsoever. Sponsored by AOMC out of Charlotte. Tegan Hill up and over, no problems.
Oh, and that one moved the log jump.
Tegan Hill, once again, sponsored by Paul Lair Performance Watercraft, as well as the PWC, Dr. Power Sports Supply, and Triple Cross Ministries.
And there's 3rd place, Joe Lyons on the 331. He's on that 1050 Superjet, holding down 3rd. Glenn Sylvester on the 87. Spanky back in 4th. Being chased by Zarzauer. And Sophie Francis hits the log jump. She's moving up on Zarzauer.
Yes, Sophie making that log jump work for her. We'll see if she hits that back one as well. Zarzauer opted to go to the buoy instead of going through the log jump.
And Jimmy Wilson, your leader, now coming up on Dustin Higdon, already making coming up to lap the field.
So once again, your race leader is still Jimmy Wilson. And Wilson will collect the white flag this time around. And here we go as he approaches the log jump. Not going to hit it here on the final lap. Wilson going to keep it safe. And here comes 7:02. Says, I'll take the log jump. Zarzauer, followed by Francis.
And Jimmy Wilson with the checkered flag. Put
Yeah.
Higdon a lap down.
Congratulations, Jimmy Wilson. Wilson, again, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, as well as AOMC.MX. Great job there by Wilson, going start to finish. Thank you, sir. Hey, by the way, we'd like to say a very special thanks to Nana's Sweets and Treats. If you guys are starting to get a little hungry, a little thirsty out here this morning, stop up and support those who support the sport. And nobody does it like Nana's Sweets and Treats. Thank you, Nana.
I also wanted to throw out a shout out to The Grind. The Grind is up there. And what it is, Mikey, is they make smoothies, frappies, and also, of course, they got coffee. So go up there and check out The Grind right up here above. You can see it, that yellow trailer up here in the back in the parking lot there. So they got the smoothies and the frappies going on right now, and they're warming up the coffee. So it actually should be ready.
All right, let's move on to race number 15. which is our Pro 1500, boat number 75 from Chesterfield, Virginia. He's riding atop of Kawasaki, 17 years fast. Nate Giovanello.
And he's riding for the Marines, Mikey.
Hoorah.
Yes, he's got that Marine wrap. It looks bad. Number 78, out of Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia, we got Justin Bradley riding for the Blue Ridge Mountain Series.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Justin Bradley.
Happy birthday, JB.
All right, your points leader, boat number 220, Blaine Spooner out of Dania Beach, Florida, sponsored by Spoon Dog Racing. And that is going to round out your field, folks.
Oh, no, wait a minute. We got another entry.
Uh-oh.
It looks like boat number 120 out of Bastion, Virginia, Tyler Lester.
All right. Getting some new blood.
Oh, no, wait a minute. That's run about 1,800. Okay, my bad. Take that back. We just got 3. And it's great to see Nate Giovanelli out there on that Steve Booth machine. And he's got the Marines backing this weekend. Of course, the Marines, our title sponsor. If you haven't done the Marine Pull-Up Challenge, it only takes 20 to get a shirt. And the shirt says, pain is weakness leaving your body, Mikey.
That's it. And I don't think the Iceman has any pain leaving his body. Nate the Iceman Giovanello out of Chesterfield, Virginia. He's going to be one to watch here. You know, I got to see him in Spindale. First time I got to see him race. And the kid's definitely fast, but he's found the edge of the envelope before. He knows where the glue is.
Oh, yeah, he reminds me of, he looks like Blaine Spooner, you know, it looks like Blaine Spooner is going to be our Series Point Championship winner because he's ahead of Justin Bradley. I believe he's already clinched the title. So it looks like Blaine Spooner is going to pick up the $3,000 check tonight, and Justin Bradley's going to have to settle for $1,250 or $1,750. I can't remember.
Hey, not a bad payday for coming out, hanging out with your friends, doing a couple laps.
The real battle for that is going to be in third, and I'm not sure who's in third in the series right now. We're going to have to go check out their overall points. They are up on iRace Ready if anybody wants to go check it out.
Alrighty, 2-card goes up high in the air. As once again, don't forget to stop by our merch booth right behind us here, and we are off and away.
And on the outside with a big jump, your series point leader right now, Blaine Spooner on the 220, riding for Cabrera Motorsports. On the inside, that's Justin Bradley out of Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia.
David Cabrera spinning the wrenches the right way, not only for Spoon Dog, but did it last week at the P1 show down there in St. Pete.
Spoon Dog's boat has been dominant all year in this 1,500 stock pro class. The $5,000 on the line.
Good to see the Leftley clan in town, coming up from Florida. Johnny Leftley, one of our freestylers for many, many years.
Back in third, that's the Iceman, new racer Nate Giovanella, the 17-year-old. Out of Smith Mountain Lake on that Steve Booth Racing Marines, Kawasaki SXR 1500, and he's looking really good. He really just rails those corners.
Yeah, I tell you, unveiled that new graphics kit in Spindale. What beautiful graphics kit that the Marines hooked him up with.
He's got some new stickers on there this weekend because they call him the Iceman.
The Iceman. And they're sending everybody to the buoys instead of the log jump here, because the log jump was open here for the 1,500 class, but these big 1,500s are destroying that log jump.
Yeah, you know, I wrecked both of them in Spindale, and so I wrecked the ramp jump when I went over it with the 1,500. So I'm staying off the log jumps this weekend myself too, Mikey.
So again, Spoon Dog leading them around the track right now. On the outside split, Spoon Dog with about an 8-second lead over second place. You know, we got something really cool to piss. So for those of you folks who may be listening in at home, you're going to wish that you were here, because our good friend Mark Armentrout brought out his 1973 Kawasaki JS400, serial number 172. It is right back here by the merchandise booth. If you folks want to get a picture, it was the 172nd jet ski ever manufactured here in the United States.
It looks like Giovanella has a get-off over on the split section.
I told you he could find that glue. So it looks like they're cleaning up the yard sale over there on the bottom right-hand side of the track. Meanwhile, the courtesy flag's getting ready to come up from Lance out there. Going back to that 73 Kawasaki JS400, in 1973, Kawasaki actually hand-built 600 jet skis. The flat-bottom design ultimately was the design that was mass-produced in 1974. The jet ski that you see here today has the rare V-shaped bottom, and it's 100% original, and the jet ski still runs. Make sure you check it out. Again, special thanks, Mark Armentrout, for bringing out that 73 JS400.
Nice, and shout out for him letting me use his ATV all weekend. All right, we need Moto 1 down on the line. Moto 1 on the line, and we need Moto 2 on deck. We're going to run as many of these amateur races as we can, Mikey, before lunch. We need you guys on schedule today because we got some storms moving in later on this afternoon. So we're going to try to get as much racing in as possible. Hitting the outside section, Blaine Spoondog Spooner on that 220 SXR 1500. He's been railing all year. Got that Cabrera Motorsports tune in there. And I know David Cabrera's been working on that machine, and he's just been flying all year. Looks like he's going to take home the $3,000 check tonight at the award ceremony.
It's great to see Spoondog back out on a stand-up boat. He switched over to the runabouts for several years. First year back on a stand-up in many years, and obviously he hasn't lost a step. You can see him working right to left down the front straightaway, and he is riding on the rails.
And what I love to see is he's here at every race with Spoondog Light. Cameron, his son. He's a great little kid, and I love to see all these father-son combos and all the bonding they're doing out here because it reminds me of me and my dad. Him and Cameron, they've been having a great time all year. Cameron's made a bunch of new friends. He's got best friends in the pits now, Charlie Adams, and they've been having a great year racing. We'll see Cameron Spoondog Light out here in just a little bit in the junior class.
That's it, the micro missiles. So race number 1, ski 1050cc class, your novice class, the 701, 760 setups, SXR 800s, and the 4-stroke Yamahas will be coming up next. Now you're watching 1500cc stand-ups out there. Your race leader is none other than Spoondog, as the white flag will come out for him this time around. So only about half lap to go there for Spooner, as unfortunately the log jumps got shut down. I think we're going to throw some more weights on them and have them ready to go for the 1 o'clock and the 3 p.m. show later on today.
Yeah, Spoondog's really been railing all year. He's got about a half lap lead now over Justin Bradley, and he's just been looking really good all year long.
So Spooner going to take the checkered flag here in the 1500cc class. So he'll take the win, and he'll be able to pick his music that he comes out to from DJ Michael Sprouse for the main events, which once again 1 o'clock will be the first moto for the 1050 and the 1500cc class as we go back into our amateur portion of our racing. And that is going to be race number 1, the ski 1050cc class.
And we'll also have another pro moto today, Mike. We're going to have bonus pro ski motos at 3 o'clock.
Beautiful day here at Claytor Lake. Little meatloaf playing in the background. Can't go wrong with the little meatloaf. I like mine with barbecue sauce, please. So race number 1, down on line, we got boat number 64. That's Roger Vermack out of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Boat number 88 out of Appleton, Tennessee. Riding for One Up Storage, it's Brad Adams.
And from Piney Flats, Tennessee, riding atop the Yamaha, boat number 151, Hans Neal.
On boat number 220 out of Mansfield, Ohio, racing for GC Racing, Easy Ski Hitch Haulers, Liquid Molly, Power Nuts, PWC Doctor, Lucor Automotive, Imperial Autism Connection, and Reckless Abandonment. It's short stroke Ryan Stevens.
And from Pasadena, Maryland, riding atop the Yamaha 15 years fast, boat number 380, Ben Dressel. That rounds out your field.
That's one of the boys, Spanky brought a whole crew from Maryland this weekend.
So once again, race number 1 coming up next. 1050cc class. Lance giving them some final instruction up there from the flagging stand. We need Dean McCrary. Dean McCrary, please report to the staging area. Dean McCrary, please report to the staging area and see Brad. All right, looks like here off and away. Short stroke getting a good jump there. On the outside, leaves the door open though.
On the inside, it looks like, wait a minute, that's Brad the Rad Dad Adams.
Looks like Lance grabbing that green flag, so no issues there with that start as the green flag comes out here at Claytor Lake, and here we go down the front straightaway.
And boat 380, that's Ben Dressel out of Maryland. His first race ever, he's out front of Brad the Rad Dad from the Chattanooga Jetski Club.
You know, it's funny because I was thinking he was knee riding out there. I didn't realize he's actually standing up out there.
That's right, and he's out front, his first race ever, out in front of Brad the Rad Dad. In third, we got short stroke Ryan Stevens.
And Ben and Brad opting to go to that outside split. Short stroke going to the inside. And Dressel, he's got to weigh all of about 51 pounds soaking wet.
That's right. Dressel, he's not kneeling in the straight. He's a little person, and we're glad he's here. It's his first race ever.
15 years old. Leading the pack right now as he works his way down the front straightaway. Only a half a click behind him is Brad the Rad Dad.
And Brad Adams from the Chattanooga Jetski Club. He's all over him.
Oh, look at him. Dressel can feel the heat right now, but pushes him wide. Here comes the Rad Dad, going to try to steal the inside. Nothing there. Oh, and he'll have position going into that. Oh, and he slams the door shut.
Oh, and Brad Rad Dad gets him on the back straight.
Oh, I'll tell you, he was like an angry hornet out there.
He was all over him.
So Brad moves into the lead, works the outside split. As top two starts to separate from the rest of the pack, short stroke still rolling in that second place position out of Mansfield, Ohio.
Oh, short stroke missed a buoy.
Well, that gives us the opportunity to talk about the penalty buoy. Glenn?
We do have a makeup buoy on the far left-hand side of the track out there. Short stroke cut off the decision buoy there. So there goes your leader, Brad the Rad Dad, Ben Dressel in second, first race ever. And here comes short stroke, was in third. Let's see if he takes the makeup buoy. Short stroke's come a long way in the last couple of years, riding for Team Reckless Abandonment. Where's Waldo?
Straight out of the Buckeye State. Back in the 4th spot, Roger Vermack, boat number 64. And 151, Hans Neal, currently running in that 5th place position. I see Short Stroke taking a look behind him saying, hey, did I miss that buoy last lap?
He's thinking about it now.
Meanwhile, Brad Adams, your race leader, starting to extend that lead, putting a little real estate between he and 2nd place Ben Dressel. Dressel doing a great job. First time I've seen this young man out here.
Yeah, I was talking to his dad. You know, it's his first race ever, and his dad is also out here going to be battling in the vets class. So let's see. There goes Short Stroke. So Short Stroke, he's taking the makeup buoy. He's going to get his lap back because he realized he didn't take the decision buoy. There's number 64 back and forth. That's Roger Vermack out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. He's got his own battle going on with 151, Hans Neal out of Piney Flats, Tennessee. That's your battle for 4th and 5th. Race number 2 down on the line. We need race number 2 on the line.
White flag is out. Dressel collect the white flag. Still running in 2nd place to Brad Adams. And you can see the top 2 have separated from the rest of the pack. Short Stroke, boat number 220 back there in the 3rd spot. All right, we've got a lost fur baby parent out there. We have got a black dog up at registration, and he has a name tag on that says Buddy.
Buddy.
If you're Buddy's dad, you need to go claim him from our park ranger.
Little Buddy got lost.
Once again, if you have a little black dog, it's hanging out up at registration. Didn't pay his late fees, so they're holding him captive there until the owner comes and grabs him. Glenn?
All right, again, we want to just remind you to get over to the AJSA booth and get your collector's T-shirts before we sell out.
All right, Buddy's owner is coming up there.
All right,
you can hear us at registration.
Buddy's owner.
Right.
And so the AJSA swag booth is open. We've got your collector's T-shirts, the Blue Ridge Summer Series shirts. I believe they're already sold out. Tomorrow they're going to do another unveiling of a new shirt I want to put in for my medium right now before they sell out. So you guys go to AJSARacing.com. You can order your AJSA swag collector's item series from our first ever inaugural season for the Southern Summer Series. And look for great things to come out of the AJSA. We just signed on the hydro drags, Mikey.
Yeah, that's the fastest race in the world with personal watercraft. We have
all
the world records.
That was your old series, wasn't it?
Yep.
So the AJSA has just signed on hydro drags. Check them out. If you're looking at going fast in a straight line, the world record is 100 and how many? 43?
135.
Wow.
135 mile an hour. The jet ski put out over 700 horsepower.
So check that out, the new AJSA hydro drag series.
You got a lot of money and nothing to do with it? Come on down to the hydro drags. That's right.
135 miles an hour. That's unbelievable.
The big unlimited GP class. The GP means open your wallet. That's going to be this year. It's actually going to be in Polk City, Florida, Winter Haven, and it's going to be at the Lake Alfred Lions Club. I believe it's going on October 20th and 21st. Super stock world record is over 120 mile an hour right now.
Wow.
The stock world record is over 105 mile an hour right now. I don't know who builds a stock boat that goes 105, but I need a new technical inspector.
All right, down on the line, we've got race number 2. It's a combined class, Mikey. We got the Vintage Sport GP on boat number 21. It's young Cameron Frame out of Charleston, Virginia, West Virginia. Boat number 257 is Carl Bramich out of Mint Hill, North Carolina. That's your Vintage Sport GP class.
Hey, by the way, if this is a message to the red shirts out there, the staff, if you've not yet talked to Jacob about lunch, he's going ahead, he's sorting out lunch, so make sure that if you've not talked with Jacob yet, that you talk with Jacob. Thank you. This has been a public service announcement.
All right, and just to get through our lineup here again on this is race number 2, and it's going to be combined, the Vintage Sport GP guys, with this 1100 runabout stock class. And on boat number 1, we've got basically your championship winner for this for the series, Gregory Hill out of Rutherford, North Carolina. He's riding for B&N Power Sports and Power Sports Supply.
Boat number 33 out of Hickson, Tennessee. He's riding atop that Sea-Doo Spark, sponsored by Triple Cross Ministries. And the Gathering Chattanooga has David Price, the chaplain. Boat number 80 out of Owensboro, Kentucky, sponsored by Glenn's ex-wife. Your ex-wife sponsors a lot of racers.
Well, she does have all my money. All right, and on boat number 620, we've got a second-time racer. This is her, I believe, her second race. We got Caroline Moss out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. She's riding for Killer Frog Racing and LKN Jetski Club.
All right, you got Cameron Frame down there, boat number 21 out of Charleston, West Virginia. He'll be on a sport boat.
Whoa,
along with 257, Clark Bramich out of Mint Hill, South Carolina.
And we got him 4 wide on the outside.
Meanwhile, it's Cameron Frame on the inside. He's on that powder blue Yamaha Wave Blaster. And you got some sport boats out with some runabouts. And Cam Frame comes out with the lead. Hill going to be back there in second on boat number 1. He is your points leader coming into the weekend.
Oh, Neil LaRussa misses that buoy. And we got a battle for third, fourth. It's Gregory Hill in second. David Price in third. It looks like Jonathan McCurry in fourth. Frame spins out on the back straight and recovers. Out front on the 701 Blaster, Mikey.
Yeah, how about that? Cameron Frame, sponsored by AOMC out of Charleston, West Virginia.
Well, and that might have an 1100 in there. I take that back.
Yeah, I would imagine that probably does have an 1100 in there. So Frame, your race leader, working on the inside split right now.
Cameron Frame down the front straightaway on the Blaster, holding off. David, looks like that's 607 back in second.
It is a 607. Unfortunately, we don't have a 607 on our sheet.
I believe that's David Price. And then back in third, Carolyn Moss moved up to third on the EX.
I believe you're right. I think that is David Price back there in that second place position right now. The chaplain trying to hunt down Cameron Frame. Frame this time going to opt to go to the inside. The chaplain goes to the outside as we work our way onto the right-hand side of the track.
Yeah, I saw that. We got some people taking buoys the wrong way, but hopefully they'll take the makeup buoy.
And I believe that's Clark Bramich out of Mint Hill, North Carolina. Also on the Yamaha, so we got a Yamaha in front and a Yamaha in back.
And I believe right now, David Price, he might have missed the buoy there on the back straightaway. See if he takes the makeup or not. Carolyn Moss in third. Back and forth, that's number 1, Gregory Hill. In fifth, Jonathan McCreary on the 89. And in sixth, that's Neil LaRussa out of Kentucky.
Uh-oh, it looked like Frame went and he took the penalty buoy, and that puts Price in the lead. Moss in second. Frame comes out in third.
Well, and unfortunately, I believe Price and Moss both missed the buoy on the back straight. So, and may not realize that. I don't know if the scores caught it, but anyway, right now, out front, Price, and followed by Carolyn Moss on the outside. Cameron Frame on the inside on the blaster.
And we'll see how Frame comes out here as they get ready to re-enter that front straightaway. And it's going to be Price out in front, followed by Moss. And Frame back there in the third position. Once again, you're watching race number 2. Race number 3 should be coming down to the starting line. That's going to be our junior ski 800cc stock class. Your race leader, Price, opting for that outside again. Moss going to follow suit. Frame going to go to the inside. Currently sitting in the 4th spot right now. Cameron Frame, again out of Charleston, West Virginia. Raced runabout for many, many years with us. As the white flag gets ready to come out for Price. So Price with 1 lap to go. Moss right there in tow.
And we got McCreary moved up to 3rd on the EX.
Great to see a lot of these riders switching boats and just having fun with racing. You know, that's what it's all about. McCreary, normally a stand-up rider. Went with the HX back in Spindale. I think he likes the HX. What do you think?
Definitely, yeah, that HX, that 1100, you can hear that motor screaming. Gregory Hill has moved up into the 4th position ahead of Cameron Frame.
And once again, not too much time to go. Checker flag getting ready to come out for your race leader, David Price, the chaplain.
Well, that's unofficial, Mikey, because he might have missed a buoy. We'll see. Carolyn Moss taking 3rd. Jonathan McCreary in 2nd. Jonathan McCreary taking 3rd. Nilo Russa in 5th. Cameron Frame in 4th. Cameron Frame in 5th. And here comes, looks like Gregory Hill is going to take 6th.
So once again, coming up next, we've got to race number 3. This is the junior ski, 10 to 12-year-olds.
And down on the line, we got the Deuce. Knox Ritchie out of Hickson, Tennessee, riding for Killer Frog Racing, Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, and Team 332.
Boat number 23 out of Dania Beach, Florida. We've got Spoondog Light, Cameron Spooner.
Boat number 7 is Cash Frame out of Charleston, West Virginia, riding for AOMC Yamaha.
And rounding out your field on boat number 213 from Mansfield, Ohio, we got Ileana Mini Stroke Stevens.
Charlie, we also got boat number 94 out of Appleton, Tennessee, riding for Thunderstruck Racing and One Up Storage.
And rounding out the field, 529, Kylie Meyer from Jacksonville, Florida, sponsored by Racing, GP, Jetski, Taylor's Outboards, and more.
That's your lineup for race number 3, combined class of junior ski 10 and 12 with the 13 to 15. And in your junior ski 13 to 15, Knox Ritchie been dominating all year. He's your current points leader. In the 10 to 12, it's young Charlie Adams. He's been in a battle with Cameron Spoondog Light all year long.
All right, the micro missiles are taking off. Hey, by the way, if anybody needs information about the party tonight, the awards ceremony, you got to pick up your wristbands. I believe it's $12 a meal. You can stop back at the merch booth. They've got all the knowledge you need on that right there. So once again, if you're going to the party tonight, stop by the merch booth and get all the details. Knox Ritchie, your race leader, followed by Charlie Adams, vote number 23. Back there in the third position, that is Spoondog Light.
529, Kylie Meyer in fourth, and that's Cash Frame back in fifth. Cash, the son of Cameron Frame, AOMC. If you haven't checked out their website, did I tell you they got 1 million parts? Down the back straightaway, the Deuce, Knox Ritchie. He's been dominating all year out front.
It's sponsored by Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, Team 332, and Killer Frog Racing Ribbit.
That's right. You got to throw a real shout out to Chris Hagus at Pro Watercraft. He hooked up Knox with these extra XL wedgie sponsons this year, and let me tell you, it changed the game for Knox Ritchie. He picked up, I want to say, about 3 or 4 miles an hour, and he's just been on fire all year. We're going to try to get Knox out to the finals this year.
Charlie Adams hanging tough right there in that second place position.
Charlie riding that Thunderstruck racing ski this week. Back in third, hitting the back straight. That's young Spoondog Light, Cameron Spooner. He's been having a blast out here with his dad all year long.
So
right there in the battle for the points.
If you add up all their ages out there, it's still only 41 years.
Okay, now I do feel old.
Yeah.
And down the front straightaway, it's Knox Ritchie looking back, taking the halfway mark from Lance the flagman.
And I like to watch Knox Ritchie. You know, you just look at the way that he works his boat, you know, and how he switches stances, you know, going into every turn, how he sets up for everything.
All right, if you want to check out the live stream, go to rmgsports.net.
Yeah, once again, yeah, pick up your phones, phone a friend right now, rmgsports.net. That's where you can find us live, loud, and in charge here at Claytor Lake this weekend. Special thanks to Jared Romsberg, who's hanging out in the engine room. Richie's still in control of this one right here. And he's got about a 15-second lead as he works his way onto the left-hand side of the track. Thank you, Jake. Adams still in second place as he works onto the left-hand side of the track. Once again, you're watching, this is race number 3, our junior ski, 10 to 12 and 13 to 15-year-old class. Coming up next, we're going to have race number 4 coming up, as we've got a rider down over there on the bottom right-hand side of the track. Course Marshal Randy going over to assist. Richie, your race leader, coming up onto the back side of the pack. And again, next race be the fastest stand-up skis that you're going to see all weekend long. We got the Commanders and the Fast Power Sports boats. All righty, so the checkered flag drops for Knox Ritchie. And Knox making it happen, captain, once again, sponsored by Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, Team 332, and Killer Frog Racing. So once again, race number 4 should be down on the starting line from Apex, North Carolina. Riding the top of Kawasaki, boat number 106, the Hurricane, Bill Haig. And joining Bill down on the starting line, boat number 300 from Matthews, North Carolina, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, AOMC. Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Works H2O Designs, Coba Energy, Hot Products, and Cabrera Motorsports, Jimmy Wilson. Boat number 627 from Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia, we've got Jonathan McCreary. Boat number 702 from Lawrence, Kansas, Jeb Zarzauer. And rounding out your field, on boat number 911 from Port St. Lucie, Florida, sponsored by Fly Racing, DMAC Racing, Black Tip, Works H2O Designs, Quakey Sense, Jet Dynamics, Fast Power Sports, IPD Graphics, as well as Liquimali. That is Sophie Francis. All right, looks like we're going to go 8 laps here in this one. Race number 5, stand by. Race number 5, stand by. Race number 4 is getting ready to take off down on line. So once again, Bill Haig, Jimmy Wilson, Jonathan McCreary, Jeb Zarzauer, and Sophie Francis in this 8-lap duel.
And I believe the log jump might be open on the second lap, Mikey.
Well, they had a little bit of anchoring issues a little earlier. Hopefully, we got those worked out. Hey, don't forget to stop back, say hello to our good friends from the United States Marine Corps, our title sponsor here with the AJSA Southern Summer Series. Once again, this is race number 4 on line, race number 5. Get ready to come to the starting line. Race number 5. Get ready to come to the starting line. Race number 6. Time to start picking 5.
All right, Mikey, I got my bill paid up at the AJSA swag, and again, they got some great T-shirts over there. Make sure you get over and get your ticket for tonight's dinner.
Oh, you got some passes for tonight's dinner, huh?
Yeah, I sure do. Got mine, and I'm all set.
Hooked up like a tow truck.
Got my friend Caroline and Jess is here.
Yeah, I'm listening to Honky Tonk Woman by the Rolling Stones right now in the background. Can you believe they're 80 years old and they're going back on tour next year? Is that crazy or what?
Wow, that's unreal. He looks good for 80.
By the way, anybody looking for any vintage vinyl, come and see me. I got a complete store full.
We're firing them up.
All right, look like Sophie Francis with a good jump on the outside.
Well, that's actually Jimmy Wilson on Sophie Francis' ski. Now, Sophie Francis is on the inside on Jimmy Wilson's ski.
Okay, so they're playing ski games with us down there.
They're swapping skis again, and it's Sophie on the inside, Jimmy on the outside. It's going to come right down to the front straightaway, and it looks like Jimmy Wilson on the outside with the advantage.
So Wilson actually on the 911.
Sophie on second on the 300. That's McCreary on the 627 in third. Looks like Zarzauer on the 702 back and forth. And our legend, Bill Haig, back in fifth on the 800 SXR.
So a couple of fast power sports boats out there in front. Commander running in third right now. In case you're looking at the battle of the manufacturers out on the track.
Wow, and it looks like our track is like changed up on the back straightaway. Our outside yellow buoy has moved out of position slightly, so it looks like Kevin's going to hook it up and move it back out front on that Sophie Francis 911 machine. That's Jimmy Wilson.
And I'll tell you, that just goes to show how good of a marshal that Kevin Scott is. Has moved that buoy before everybody gets back around the track. And I believe he's still hooked up to it. Wilson, still your race leader from Matthews, North Carolina. Wilson's going to go out. He's going to hit the penalty.
Oh, so is Sophie.
Francis going to go out and hit the penalty too. Let's see if McCreary does it. McCreary says, no. I'm not paying for all that fuel.
Jimmy Wilson to the inside split. Sophie Francis is going to follow him. Jonathan McCreary off for the outside, and Zarzauer goes to the inside. That's your top four. Jimmy Wilson on that Sophie Francis machine that was just put together by Dustin Mazur's at Fast Power Sports, grabbing a handful down the front straight.
And you can see Wilson in the attack mode. Course Marshal Randy has the log jump blocked off here on the front straightaway. So obviously that one not open. I'm looking at the one on the back straight, and we'll see if Wilson approaches that one. Course Marshal Kevin just hanging out there right beside it.
Whoa, and Sophie Francis is pulled up on her leader. She was right there, and then now Jimmy opens it up.
I believe that might have been Zarzauer that hit the log jump, just went in front of McCreary. So McCreary slides back to fourth. Zarzauer moves up into third place. Log jump on the outside appears to be open. Log jump on the inside, shut down.
And our Lance, our flagman, gives him the halfway mark. Sophie Francis into the lead on the 300.
Sophie Francis, originally out of England, now makes her home in Port St. Lucie, Florida, and currently sits in the top 5 in the Pro P1 Aquacross Tour.
Wow. Sophie's an incredible racer. We've been blessed to have her out here all year, and she's been in a battle with Jimmy Wilson almost every race. They switched skis down in Johnson City. Remember, it was like a side-by-side finish. Jimmy to the inside, Sophie to the outside.
I don't know. I think Sophie's got him. We'll see how they come out down there on the bottom right-hand side of the track. That's where your racing action is, folks. And it is Francis. Francis with about a 2.5-second lead right now over Jimmy Wilson as they head on to the left-hand side of the track. Zarzauer is still back there in the third place position.
Sophie Francis has been making history all year. She was the first woman to win on the Pro Watercross Tour. Now she's the first woman to win on the AJSA, and she won not only Johnson City, but also both rounds in Chattanooga. And she's in a battle with Jimmy Wilson. She goes off to the outside again. Jimmy goes back to the inside.
I'll tell you, we've seen her pick up that Fast Power Sports boat about mid-tour this season, and she has never looked back. As, again, starting to stretch out that lead, putting a little real estate between her and Jimmy Wilson. Again, only about 2.5 to 3 seconds separate first and second. Zarzauer Still sitting pretty in that third place position. Again, you're watching race number 4. Race number 5 should be down online. Race number 6 should be getting ready.
There's McCreary in 4th. And our legend, Bill Haig. Really honored to have Bill Haig out this weekend.
Bill out there on the Kawasaki, a little outgunned out there today.
Yeah, it looks like he's on that 800. Not sure what motor's in that machine, but he might have an 1100 in there. White flag for Sophie Francis and Jimmy Wilson.
So does Jimmy Wilson catch her here? White flag conditions, less than a lap to go. Your race leaders, top left-hand side of the track.
It's going to come down to the wire again. Jimmy turning up the wick.
Yeah, Jimmy closing that gap. And let's see, Sophie's going to go to the outside. Jimmy's going to go to the inside. We always say inside's always quicker on the last lap. What do you think here?
I think it's going to come down to the wire.
So once again, Lance flying the white flag, checkered flag, getting ready to come out. Sophie on the outside, Jimmy on the inside. The inside normally a little quicker.
Looks like the outside is today, and Sophie Francis takes the win. Another historic victory for Sophie. Jimmy Wilson takes second, and that's Zeb Zarzauer taking third.
Nice race there in that the open class. All right, that's going to bring us to race number 6, which is going to be a combined class. We got our Vets sports stock, and we've got our regular sports stock. So down there on boat number 3 out of Monetta, Virginia, riding atop the Yamaha, boat number 3 is Troy Ray.
And boat number 22 out of West Harriman, Indiana, the Corn Man, John Block.
And representing the sports stock class out there, boat number 8 from Mooresville, North Carolina, sponsored by Riva Racing, Fly Racing, and HydroTurf, Graham Hunt.
Boat number 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, that's Wyatt Hayes.
And from Oleton, Kentucky, sponsored by Triple Cross Ministries, boat number 146, Morgan Allen.
On boat number 257 out of Mint Hill, North Carolina, riding for Bramage, it's Clark Bramage.
And from Warner Robins, Georgia, riding atop the Sea-Doo, boat number 787, Nick Murphy.
And boat number 913, your overall series champion for the year. Going to take home the big prize tonight out of Denver, North Carolina, it's Charlie McGuinn.
Yep.
All right, Mikey, we were one race ahead of ourselves there, actually.
What?
So we're on the Vintage 550 class. Okay, my bad. Here we go. We'll go back through that next running order again. So we're going to start over. This is the Vintage ski class. Down on the line, boat number 13 out of Piedmont, South Carolina. On the Kawasaki, it's Brianna Danielson.
Also out of Piedmont, boat number 22, Tim Kressler.
Boat number 23 out of Travelers Rest, South Carolina, riding for Upstate Stand-Ups, it's Chase Sanders.
Boat number 108 out of Piney Flats, Tennessee, John Horn.
Boat number 529 out of Jacksonville, Florida, riding for Glidwell Racing, GPO, Jetski, Taylor's Outboards, and more. It's Kylie Meyer.
Boat number 574 out of Greer, South Carolina, sponsored by Upstate Stand-Ups, David Swan.
And boat number 812, we got a father-daughter race going on here. It looks like out of Jacksonville, Florida, it's Joe Meyer on his 812 Cowie.
And boat number 15 out of Piney Flats, Tennessee, Kelly Neal, rounds out your field of competitors here in this vintage class. And speaking of vintage, you got to stop by the merchandise booth right out behind announcing here. Check out that 1973 Kawasaki JS400 that was brought out by Mark Armentrout. It is actually serial number 172, the 172nd jet ski built As we go back out to the racetrack, Glenn, what do we got going on?
Down the front straightaway, Tim Kressler on the 22 makes the move over 574. David Swan. That's first and second right now. Oh, Kressler goes down on the back straight. Third place goes down. Kelly Neal moves up into third. Oh, and she goes down on the Superjet. That's going to put number 108 back up into third. We got Kressler. Wait a minute. We got guys going the wrong way. Kressler. We got Swan back in second. Third place goes down. Kelly Neal moves up into third on the Superjet. This is your vintage class, Mikey. It's pure chaos. And it looks like your leader, Kressler, is going to take the outside, followed by Swan. Let me tell you, Mikey, these guys are lucky I didn't get my vintage square nose together for this weekend because I was going to wreck this class.
Hey, by the way, I'd like to say a special thanks to Brandon and the NC Drone Company, providing all of our drone footage here for the live feed. And special thanks to Jared Romsberg from rmgsports.net. The Double Deuces still out in front. Boat number 574, David Swan, back there in second as your leaders head on to the left-hand side of the track.
And they're in third. That's Kelly Neal out of Piney Flash. She's part of that Johnson City crew. Back in fourth, that's 812, Joe Meyer.
108 rounding out your top five. John Horn out of Piney Flats, Tennessee.
And that looks like, I believe that's Kylie Meyer right there on that purple ski. And here comes Chase Sanders.
So only two SpongeBob Square Noses out there. One's in third, one's in sixth.
Rider down on the back straight. Rider down on the back straight. Kevin's on it.
Race number 6 should be coming up to the line. Once again, race number 6. You should be coming up to the line. Meanwhile, boat number 22, Tim Kressler from Piedmont, South Carolina, enjoying a lead out there. As you can see, he's got about a full straightaway lead over second place, Swan, who is on boat number 574.
All those guys riding for upstate stand-ups. We appreciate them coming out this weekend. Here comes your third place, John Horn out of Piney Flats, sponsored by his wife. And that's he's part of that Johnson City crew. After Johnson City, these guys have been coming to every race.
Hey, by the way, folks, as it starts to near that lunchtime hour, stop up and say hello to Nana up at Nana's Sweets and Treats up in the pit area.
Make sure to get your smoothie and your frappe up there at the grind. All right, Kressler, your leader, making his way around the inside split. Back in second, Swan. He's got his own battle now. He's on the outside, and then he's got a battle with Jonathan Horn. There's your leader, Kressler.
And Kressler with the back marker in between he and second place Swan, boat number 574. Works his way through the Marine Corps start finish.
There's 529, Kylie Meyer. She's down a lap. In second, that's 574, David Swan. He's in a battle with Jonathan Horn, a 108.
Once again, I'd like to say a special thanks to the United States Marine Corps for being here and being a big part of what we do here at the AJSA. For more on where we go, what we do, you can go to ajsaracing.com. You're watching the vintage class right now, the white flag coming out. So again, not too much time to go. Double Deuces still in the lead. Tim Kressler out of Piedmont, South Carolina, sponsored by Upstate Stand-Ups.
Jonathan Horn has moved up over Davis Swan. That's your battle for second. 108 in second, 574 holding down third. Kylie Meyer on 529. I believe she's down a lap.
So Horn and Swan running 2 and 3. Kressler running up in the top spot. As this race gets ready to come to a close, this is race number 5, race number 6. Vet Sports Stock and Sports Stock will be coming up next. Checkered flag coming out. And it looks like it's going to be Tim Kressler. Boat number 22 taking the win. How about a nice round of applause for Tim Kressler, folks? Out of Piedmont, South Carolina. He says, I'll take that log jump. I'll keep calling them down there, though. Okay, and if you have problems, let me know. All right, so once again, race number 6 should be down there online. Boat number 3 is Troy Ray out of Minetta, Virginia. Boat number 22, John Block out of West Harrison Township, Indiana. Boat number 8 from Mooresville, North Carolina, Graham Hunt. Boat number 43 from Dawsonville, Georgia. We've got Wyatt Hayes. 146 is Morgan Allen out of Oleton, Kentucky. From Mint Hill, North Carolina, boat number 257 is Clark Bramich. Boat number 787, Nick Murphy from Warner Robins, Georgia. And your current points leader from Denver, North Carolina, boat number 913, Charlie McGuinn. That rounds out your sport class field. And boogity, 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 it's time to go racing here at Claytor Lake. Thank you, DJ. Nothing like a little Boston on a Saturday morning. Alrighty, Lance throws that 2 card up high in the air as we get ready to go here with our sport class. And not quite sure, looked like we had somebody that may have jumped the start a little prematurely, so we're going to go ahead, bring them back, and put them all back in the gate. Once again, just as a reminder, folks, if you've not yet got your wristband for the award ceremony tonight, you can do so back at the merchandise booth. Stop on back there. They've got all the information you need while you're back there. You pick up yourself a great souvenir from our AJSA merch booth. And here we go. We are off and away in our sport class.
On the inside, it looks like our championship points winner, Charlie McGuinn, with the hole shot on the inside on that 913 machine. Followed by Wyatt Hayes on the 43. Looks like he's here on he's got the Hurricane out this weekend, the Polaris.
Green flag out as they come down the front straightaway, and it's going to be McGuinn, your early leader, followed by Hayes in second.
And that's 146 in third, Morgan Allen.
Followed by John Block on the double deuce in fourth.
8 is going to be Graham Hunt on the Sea-Doo HX.
And Hunt doing something a little different. We normally see him out here on a runabout. He's a pro runabout racer. Races in the pro class, the P1 Aquacross Series.
And we already got, looked like Morgan Allen took the makeup buoy already. Lost a couple of spots there. That's going to put John Block, I believe, up into third. And followed by Graham Hunt.
Yellow flags out over there on the inside split.
Wyatt Hayes goes down on the Hurricane on the inside, and he's back up. That was amazing.
Hey, by the way, there is a red Kawasaki. Thank you, young lady. I appreciate it. There's a red Kawasaki. Says 1100 on it over here just around the point. It is starting to float away. If that is your Kawasaki, please go over there and tend to it. Once again, there is a red Kawasaki starting to float away. It's right over here just on the other side of the point. That's the left hand of the lake as you're facing the water.
Oh, Morgan Allen goes down here on the inside.
And Kevin Scott with the yellow flag up. Throws it back in the holster faster than Clint Eastwood could do it with a spaghetti western old 45.
Down the front straightaway, 913, your leader, Charlie McGuinn. Yellow flags out from the tire. We got a rider down on the inside, outside split. Here comes Wyatt Hayes in second on the Hurricane, and it's going to be John Block coming down in third, and number 22. That's your top three. In fourth, that's 8, Graham Hunt. Graham also competing in the P1 AquaX, 787. Back in fifth, that's Nick Murphy out of Warner Robins, Georgia. And there's Troy Ray on the number 3 machine, one of the Smith Mountain Lake boys. He's out of Monetta, Virginia. Him and John Block are battling in that vets class.
Yeah, Block been riding for quite some time. Started back in 1988.
Race number 7 online. Race 7 online. Junior Sports Stock.
McGuinn still your race leader, and Hayes right there trying to keep him in his gun sights as they head on to the left-hand side of the track. And it looks like they'll be coming up to a back marker here momentarily, and we'll see if that slows McGuinn down.
Both your leaders take the outside split. McGuinn followed by Hayes on the Polaris Hurricane. John Block still in third. He also goes outside, followed by Graham Hunt back in fourth.
So once again, you're watching race number 6. Race number 7, you should be down on line. Race number 7, down on line. Race number 8, stand by.
All right, your leaders coming up on lap traffic on the left-hand side of the track. Wyatt Hayes reeling in. Charlie McGuinn slowly but surely on that Polaris Hurricane.
Once again, you can see they're coming up to some lap traffic right now. We'll see if that slows McGuinn down. McGuinn going to opt to go to that inside split. Probably a pretty smart move right there.
I believe so, with 3 back markers right in front of him. Now Wyatt Hayes goes to the outside on the Hurricane. The outside has been a little bit faster. I think the inside is just so choppy, Mikey. It's, that's what I call the washing machine right over there. And it looks like it's going to be a tight battle coming down the front straightaway. Wyatt Hayes is right there.
Well, we'll see. We got the blue flag with the yellow stripe coming out. That means there's a race going on, and you ain't in it, man. The leaders are coming through.
Morgan Allen gets out of the way of Wyatt Hayes, and he's all over Charlie McGuinn.
Oh, and Hayes looked like I thought he was going to take the inside right there. So it looked like McGuinn had left that door open just a little bit. You can see McGuinn setting up way wide, whereas Hayes taking it a lot tighter over here on the top left-hand side of the track. Once again, a back marker right in front of him as they work that back midsection of the track through the chicane. And once again, looks like McGuinn has to hit the brakes. Hayes right there on the white number 43 Hurricane. Hayes this time to the inside.
And McGuinn, the leader, follows Troy Ray, the back marker there. And so he's got a back marker right in front of him. Let's see if that's going to benefit Hayes coming out on the front straight. I believe it might, Mikey.
Well, again, McGuinn getting pushed wide there as he has to go around the outside. And I believe the white flag is going to be coming out this next time around. Again, you're watching race number 6. Race number 7 should be down on line. The hallelujah flag out. And Hayes moves into the lead.
That inside split worked for him there with McGuinn having the back marker in front of him. It worked out really nice for Wyatt Hayes on the Hurricane.
Well, it looked like McGuinn had got pushed a little right. Oh, McGuinn goes off his boat. And these boats really hard to reboard.
Well, and that's going to put John Block goes by him, but John's in a different class, but that's going to put him ahead of him here for this race. McGuinn back under power. I believe he's still going to hold down second position for the sports spec. He's got Graham Hunt all over him. The rider down on the outside there, that's going to be Nick Robbins.
You know, and I'm wondering, John Block's there, and it just looks like a Starbucks moment right there as Block was trying to get past them lap riders and just kind of sliced and diced right in the middle of them. And you can see Block picking up the broom and sweeping hard. Meanwhile, Wyatt Hayes going to come through and take the checkered flag.
Nice win for Wyatt Hayes on the Polaris Hurricane.
So again, the checkered is out. John Block coming through in second to Wyatt Hayes. And it looks like unofficially McGuinn going to be in that third spot on boat number 913. Glenn, you got some info. What's going on?
All right, we just got a note from the park rangers here. We got a couple of cars that need to be moved. Pay attention. We have a gray Kia Stinger, and it's got Virginia plates. It says Kara. Virginia plates, Kara, K-A-R-A-A-A-A. So a gray Kia Stinger and also a white VW Atlas with a West Virginia license plate of 58E706. So gray Kia Stinger, Virginia plates, Kara, and white VW Atlas, West Virginia plates. Need to move those vehicles. You're blocking the thoroughfare up here in the parking lot. We need you guys to move those vehicles immediately.
Or we could charge 3 hits for $1, you know what I mean? And
that's coming from the park rangers. I don't know if they'll tow your car, but again, that gray Kia Stinger, the white VW Atlas right up here, you're parked you're blocking the thoroughfare.
Right on. So basically, you need to move it. And we appreciate your cooperation in advance. Race number 7, moving on to the line.
And down on the line, we got a combined class. Once again, here the 1100 runabout stock, 13 to 15-year-old. And on boat number 607 out of Foley, Alabama, riding on the Sea-Doo, it's 11-year-old Trevor Jenkins riding for Napa Auto Parts and affiliated with Triple Cross Ministries.
And representing the junior sports stock class out there on the Double Deuce out of Dania Beach, Florida, sponsored by Spoon Dog Racing, is Cameron Spooner.
Boat number 23 out of Appleton, Tennessee, sponsored by Thunderstruck Racing and One Up Storage. It's Charlie Adams.
Boat number 31, he was a big winner in Spindale, North Carolina. He's out of Sandston, Virginia. That is Colt Meyer.
And on boat number 913, it's Axel Ritchie out of Hickson, Tennessee, riding for Killer Frog Racing, Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, and Team 332. And he's on that Charlie McGuinn blaster.
Once again, this is race number 7 down there online. Race number 8, stand by. Race number 8, stand by.
I want to remind everybody, we got the Marines in the house. That's our title sponsor. Get over and do the Marine Pull-Up Challenge. If you can pull off 20, you get a free T-shirt. 10, you get a swag bag. Lance is firing them up. This is your junior sport, junior runabout. Brand new class that we just started a couple of races ago, Mikey, and it's just exploded.
Yeah, it seems like all the kids are going out and buying sport boats now.
Oh, yeah, we're looking for blasters and HXs, a bunch of guys. So right now they're off. On the inside, it's a real tight battle. Oh, and looks like Colt Meyer just shoved Axel Ritchie out. On the outside, it looks like Spoon Dog Light on that John Block machine.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they come out right here as they get ready to come down the front straightaway. Spoon Dog Light looked like he might have had an advantage as they went into the split section, and it is going to be Spoon Dog Light.
In second, that's Colt Meyer. In third, that's young Knox Ritchie on the Graham Hunt machine. In fourth, it's Axel Ritchie on the Charlie McGuinn machine. And in fifth, that's 607, Trevor Jenkins. He's on the Spark all the way from Alabama. He's the sole rider in the junior runabouts. And back in fifth, that's Charlie Adams on the 23.
So your race leader, Spoon Dog Light out of Dania Beach, Florida. And just first got on a sport boat just a couple of races ago. First time he had ever been on a sport boat. Looks like he likes it.
Yeah, and he's on that John Block Indiana Cornman machine this weekend.
Now I wonder, does Block use Ignite racing fuels? I mean, you know, since they're all corn-fed up there in Indiana.
Yeah, and last night in the pits, they were cooking up, you know, about 100 ears of corn. Axel Ritchie moved up into second. Colt Meyer in third. That's Knox Ritchie on the C2HX in fourth.
Now, Knox just picked up that boat this past week, correct?
Well, that's Graham Hunt's machine. Knox's machine needs a crank. He needs a rebuild. But Knox has a brand new looking C2HX back at the house. This junior sport class has exploded. Charlie Adams got a machine. Spoon Dog went and got one. Knox Ritchie went and got a machine. So this class went from nothing 2 races ago to, now we got like 7 guys out there.
607, Jenkins taking that penalty buoy last time around.
Race 8 on the line. We need race 8 down on the line. Race 9 on deck.
Meanwhile, Spoon Dog Light, nothing but clear skies in front of him. And speaking of clear skies, I guess it's supposed to get a little rough here today from what I understand after 2 o'clock.
We might have some rain moving in. As long as it's not lightning, we'll keep running motos. Down the back straightaway, your leader, Cameron Spoon Dog Light, holding off Axel Ritchie on the 913. Back in third, that's Colt Meyer. In fourth is Knox Ritchie on the number 8 Graham Hunt Sea-Doo. Colt Meyer, the lone rider to the inside split.
And look at Spoondog Light. I don't know, is Block selling that boat or what, man? Because Spoondog Light looks like he owns it.
Yeah, he does. I believe he's got the sponsorship this weekend from the Blockhead Racing.
Good stuff, and starting to pull away from the rest of the pack as you see him working the center midsection of the track.
And number 8, Knox Ritchie, moves up into third over Colt Meyer. .607, the lone runabout, Trevor Jenkins. And there's young Charlie Adams on that 23, riding on that Spoondog racing machine.
I'm surprised his feet can touch the gunnels.
Charlie Adams, our youngest racer here this weekend. He's he's only, I think, 10 years old. Might be 12 now, actually, I think. These kids are growing up right in front of me. All right, your leader, white flag, Spoondog Light, holding off young Axel Ritchie, the wrestler. In third, that's Knox.
Again, not too much time left to go in this race number 7, moto number 1 for our junior sports stock and junior runabout classes. And Cameron Spooner, a.k.a. Spoondog Light, going to the outside split one final time as Lance gets ready to grab the checkered flag. And out it comes, and through the checkered flag comes boat number 22. That is Spoondog Light, Cameron Spooner out of Dania Beach, Florida. Sponsored by Spoondog Racing. Axel Ritchie, boat number 913, coming through in the second position, and boat number 8, rounding out your top 3. That is Knox Ritchie.
All right, that was a great battle. Congratulations to Spoondog Light, dominating win.
Yeah, it was turning in lap times under a minute.
All right, up next, race number 8. This is going to be your 1050 or your 1500 stock B class combined with your 1500 C and D. So we've got basically kind of like I would say novices and beginners all combined together here. So in amateur, so this is going to be a great lineup. Down on the line, boat number 22 out of Radford, Virginia. That's Mark Armentrout.
Yeah, Mark bringing that 73 JS 400 in for all of us this weekend. Boat number 92 out of Christiansburg, Virginia. That is Stephen Shake.
Boat number 97 out of Dublin, Virginia. That's Landon Armentrout.
And boat number 78 from Louisa, Virginia. That is Gray Roysich.
Boat number 88 out of Appleton, Tennessee, sponsored by One Up Storage. That's Brad the Rad Dad Adams.
And out of Richmond, Virginia, also on boat number 88 is Harrison Reeve.
Boat number 333 out of Shady Side, Maryland. That's Michael Moran.
And rounding out your field on boat number 926 from Raleigh, North Carolina, John Patton. All righty, we are off and away here at race number 8. Again, this is your 1500 amateur and stock classes. Combined class, 2 classes out there doing battle here in this race right here. As they get ready to come back by our start-finish line, race number 9 should be working their way to the line. That's 92 Stephen Shake out of Christiansburg, Virginia, your early race leader. Back there in the 3rd spot, we got the double deuce, Mark Armentrout. And in the 5th spot, boat number 78, that's Gray Roych. So once again, race number 9, you should be coming to the line. Race number 9, you should be coming to the line. Again, folks, don't forget we've got some great merchandise back there. Make sure you stop and check out all the great merchandise. Uh-oh, it looks like first and second place got a little bit lost on the track. They come back around. The marshals are out there trying to let them know what's going on. Right there, you make your decision at the double reds. And it looks like the red flag is going to come out. They're going to bring them back to the line, repack, restack, re-rack, and restart this one all over again. So once again, had a couple of riders get lost, and that's one of the reasons that you'll see a red flag out there today is if there is a safety issue. So Lance decided to break out the red flag, and they'll come back and go to the race director and await further instruction. Once again, only a couple times there are instances where you'll see the red flag out here today. One is the instance that you just seen. The second one is that somebody don't hold their line on the way to the first turn. Third is somebody jumps the band start. And the fourth reason, you just seen the third. The fourth reason is that somebody's actually injured out there on the track. So those are the 4 instances in which you'll see the red flag being brought out today. And we like to keep that dreaded red in the holster, that's for sure. Once again, while there is a little break in the action, make sure you stop back there at the merchandise booths. They've also got all the passes for the awards tonight. So if you plan on coming to the awards and having a meal with everybody tonight, please make sure that you go back there at the merchandise booth and pick up your wristband. Okay, looks like we're going with a complete restart here. Again, this is race number 8 that is down there online. Current time on deck, it's about 11:45. Once again, pro show and opening ceremonies will begin at approximately 12:55. All right, looks like there's been a call to order down there at the flagging stand. Lance looks left, looks right. Everybody's locked, cocked, and are ready to rock and roll. As we get back at it, it looked like we had a rider go down there momentarily. Looked like 97, Landon Armentrout. On that inside split, gets back up, and he's back under power. And once again, when the red flag came out, Stephen Shake was in the lead, and we'll see if he can maintain that. Looks like boat number 78 has moved up into the front spot. That is Gray Royce. So Royce, your race leader, getting ready to work his way down that back section of the track. And race number 9 should be coming to the line. Once again, race number 9 should be coming to the line. Royce, your race leader. Now you can see Course Marshal Kevin out there trying to make sure everybody's going on the right side of that yellow buoy. So we're getting boat number 333, Michael Moran, missed the yellow in the backstretch. That's what we're hearing over the radio right now. Again, the yellow flags are out. Course Marshals Working overtime there on the back section of the course. Boat number 78, Roy, still your leader. '22, Mark Armentrout, still back there in the third place position, followed by 92, Stephen Shake. 926 rounds out your top five. That is John Patton. Meanwhile, they're still trying to clean up the yard sale out there on that outside split as the yellow flags are up. And the marshals waving everybody through as the yellow flags go back in the holsters. Once again, race number 9. Race number 9 should be coming up next. Race number 9, you should be down on the line. Race number 10, time for you to start thinking about it. So the way that this is going to work, we'll go into race number 9 after this, race 10, race 11, and then we skip to race number 16. And then we'll take the break and do our junior freestyle. So once again, that is that's the schedule here for the rest of the morning. What's that? We switched up. You're going 9, 10, 11, and then it's going to be like 16. You okay? No. No, I think we're going to try to run all the way through. So Gray Royd, still your leader as he works his way in front of announcing past that Marine Corps start-finish line. Things are starting to bunch up back there for second, third, and fourth place. I see 92 actually back there in the fourth spot, Stephen Shake. Once again, racers, just to remind you, make sure that your numbers are legible. That we can read your numbers. I know that everybody likes the real cool graphic kits and everything like that, but if the announcer can't see your number, then he can't announce who you are and give credit where credit is due. So again, help us to help you. Big battle for second place over there on the right-hand side of the track. We'll try to get you those numbers as they come back by our start-finish line. Again, checkered flag is out, and that one was easy to pick up. That was Gray taking the checkered. And it looked like 333 back there in the second position. And that was Michael Moran on the shady side. Followed by 88, Brad Adams. So those are your top three here in this race number 8, the 1500cc B stock class. About 10 to 12. Okay, we don't have a 12. I had to make one, so 16. 16 will be 12. Okay. Okay, so race number 16 will be 12, and we're going to try to run through 12 before we take the lunch break. Once again, we are going to try to run through all of our first set of motos before we take the lunch break, and during the lunch break, we'll go into amateur freestyle. That is the official word from the officials. All right, so this is race number 9 down there online. Got about 4 more to get through here before we go into the lunch break. So once again, when you are called to come down to the starting line, please make sure that you come down in a speedy and efficient way. All right, so we are off and away. It looks like Glenn Elliott with the hole shot here. And again, this is race number 9, 322. Stu Vaught from Radford, Virginia is out there along with Dennis Jones, boat number 93. Also from Radford, boat number 7, Glenn Elliott from Ooltewah, Tennessee. Then you got Jesse Barnes on boat number 76, 151, Kelly Neal, and 312, Keith Dressel, rounding out your top 3. So once again, there we go. It is Elliott out in front, followed by boat number 93. That's Dennis Jones back there in the second position. And that is your veterans battle out there. Glenn Elliott been racing for just over 30 years. And my partner in crime up here at announcing. So again, Elliott out there, boat number 7. He's going to opt to go to that outside split, as is second place, boat number 93, Dennis Jones. Top 2 heading to the outside. We need race number 10. Race number 10, please come on down to the starting line. Race number 10, come on down to the starting line. Thank you. Yeah, it's 88 Harrison Reed that got second. That last one, we had 2 number 88s in that class. My bad. Gray got first that last race. Come on over here, Gray. We'll talk a little bit about it. Your first race ever, huh, buddy?
That's correct.
Anyway, what'd you think?
That was a lot of fun.
A lot of fun, huh?
Rougher than I expected, but did good.
Any sponsors you'd like to thank?
My uncle, STB Racing Engines, he helps all of us at Smith Mountain Lake whenever we race on the weekends. So he builds all of our skis, and yeah, it's a great person to have on our team.
I'll tell you what, yeah, definitely knows how to spin the wrenches the right way, doesn't he?
Yes, that's very true.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's awesome, to come to your first race, get a first place, your first race. Anybody you'd like to give a shout out to or say thank you to?
Just thanks to my uncle again for getting me into this hobby, and all of my friends at Smith Mountain Lake. I drive 2 hours every weekend just to hang out with them, so it's always a good time.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Gray. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you in that second moto. All right, first race, first win. Ray Roach, congratulations. Glenn Elliott, your race leader out there right now, boat number 7 on the Killer Frog Kawasaki 1500cc stand-up. Looks like Dennis Jones still maintaining that second place position with boat number 322, advancing up into that third spot. And I believe that is Stu Vaught, Stu from Radford, Virginia. Stu raced with us for many, many years. Got the chance to talk to Stu in the pits a little bit this morning before we got started. And we were talking about the old days when I used to come up to close to this region here, just a little bit east of here, over in Myrtle Beach. We talked about some of the races that we had back there in Myrtle Beach back in the day. I tell you, it's nice to come here to a lake where it's nice and calm and smooth. Myrtle Beach, I think the last time that we raced there, we raced during Tropical Storm Brian, where the surf was breaking at 8 to 10 feet. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Good times, good times. Once again, Glenn Elliott, your race leader out there, and we've got a back marker in between him and second place. Second place just missed a buoy right there, 93. Dennis Jones had to cut to the inside of that yellow over here on the bottom right-hand side of the track. We'll make sure that he picks up the penalty buoy. It looks like he just picked that penalty buoy up. So he is back on to the lead lap. Getting the white flag flying, not too much time to go here. And Glenn Elliott sitting in the driver's seat. This is where they say it's destiny or density. So Elliott will be coming from that inside split, and there we go. Checkered flag out for Glenn Elliott. Elliott takes the win out of Ooltewah, Tennessee. Again, sponsored by Killer Frog Racing. Race number 10 should be down on the line. Race number 10, you guys should be down on the line. Again, we are going to go all the way through race number 12. 16 is now 12. 16 is now 12. So if you were in race number 16, that runabout class, that is now race number 12. And then amateur freestyle, that'll be going on during the break. Again, only taking about a 20-minute break today. We should be able to get through these next 3 races by 12:30, and then we're going to go directly into our break for about 20 to 30 minutes. We'll do amateur freestyle during the break, and then at 1 o'clock we'll come back with the pro show. Okay, in the 1050 and the 1500cc pro classes, if you've not yet given DJ Michael your song, you need to come up there and give him your song. So we need Jimmy Wilson and Blaine Spooner. If you took top 3 in 1050 or the 1500cc earlier in pro qualifying, you need to come up and get with DJ Michael and give him your walkout music. Thank you. Well, I hope everybody listening in on the live stream at home is having a good time checking out the AJSA series. Special thanks to Jared Romsberg from RacerH2O.com. You can get on the live feed by going to rmgsports.net. Once again, you can go to rmgsports.net. And if you want to check us out, if you want to listen to us here live, maybe you're back there in the pits, can't hear announcing, you can go to 87.9 WAJSA Radio. So once again, race number 10, getting ready to take off down online. And as I take a look here, looks like we got boat number 91, Nicholas Spring from Apex, North Carolina. Boat number 99, Axel Ritchie from Hickson, Tennessee. Boat number 102, Jason Schroeder from Apex, North Carolina. And boat number 712, Nikki Turner from Cornelius, North Carolina. That rounds out the field. This is race number 10, 1050cc stock class. All right, green flag flying here at Claytor Lake. And it looks like boat number 99, your early race leader out there. That is Axel Ritchie from Hickson, Tennessee, sponsored by the Hickson Learning Center, Team 332, Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, and Killer Frog Racing. Once again, this is 10 out on the water, race number 11. You should be working your way down to the starting line. That'd be Rex Hayes, Rob Morrison, and Nick Murphy. And then the final race before the break will be race number 12, which was race number 16 on the pit board. That is, I believe, Graham Hunt, Kenneth Poole, Robert Bango, David Barnum. So Graham Hunt not going to be in that class. He's boat number 808. So Ritchie charging on the 9-9 out there. Got about a 7-second lead over second place right now. And we'll go back a little further in the lineup as they work their way back through that Marine Corps start-finish line. Once again, race number 10 on the water. Race number 11 should be online. Race number 12, stand by. So I believe that's Nicholas Spring back there in the second place position. As first place goes down there momentarily, Richie. Chicane he goes on the back section of the track. And back up and on gas. No problem. Still got a 3-second lead over second place. Once again, 2 more races after this one here before we go to our lunch break. So we got 2 more races before the lunch break. Once again, don't forget to stop in the pits, say hello to the Marine Corps, and get in that pit push-up, or pit pull-up, rather, challenge. Richie, your race leader, switch footing down the front straightaway. Still 91, Spring back there in second. So the white flag flying here in race number 10. Race number 11, you guys should be down on line. Race number 11, you guys should be down on line. Race number 12, which was 16, stand by. So checkered flag comes out for Richie. Making it look easy out there. Boat number 99 going to take a little victory lap there. Second place, Spring coming through. Boat number 91. Which class is he in? I think he's in the pro stock class.
Due to this.
Ah, okay.
See him in there?
I don't see him in 14.
The 1500 pro stock class.
Oh, okay, so yeah, he wasn't in there. He was in Josh Hammond.
Yeah.
All right, I missed most of that race. Looked like that was a 712 Nikki Turner
We'll give him some shit.
coming across in front of 102 Jason Schroeder.
I like seeing all the new faces out here, G.
Yeah, we got a lot of racers from Maryland and stuff like that to here this weekend. Pennsylvania.
I'm surprised I didn't see the Holbeins here. You know, they've been pretty steady Eddie with this tour right here. Football and band practice, yep. All right, I got you.
School's in session.
Oh, speaking of which, my Ohio State Buckeyes should be coming on soon. Is that golf? Come on now, you're from Mansfield. You should know the Ohio State Buckeyes. Wow, boy, how many sports fans, how many college football fans we got out there? Got
Tennessee Big Orange, baby.
See a show of hands. How many? How about Clemson getting upset?
Oh, yeah, that was awesome.
Wow, Clemson getting upset by Duke this week. I mean, I don't know. Crazy stuff's happening. And you can see, looks like the storm's starting to build up out here over to our left. I know that we're trying to get as much done as we possibly can before these thunderstorms roll in. So we're definitely going to try to get through our first motos here, and then we're taking a short, like a 15, 20-minute break, and we're going to go right into the pro show. Are we doing Moto 1 again? We'll be doing Moto 2, should be, the afternoon. After the pro show in the afternoon. In between 1 and 3. So second motos should be getting run between, I would say, 1:30 and 3 o'clock.
We haven't run that one yet, this race 16.
No, that's coming up next.
Oh.
All right, 2-minute hold there, goggles hold. Goggles, Paisano forgot his goggles. All right, 3 racers out here in this runabout class. Again, this is race number 1186. It's Rex Hayes. Boat number 99, Rob Morrison. And boat number 787, Nick Murphy. It looks like Morrison with the hole shot on the inside. Racer X.
And on the outside, that's going to be Rex Hayes on the Polaris.
Yeah, he's on one of those Pro 785s. You know, that Polaris Pro 785, that actually won a world title back in Lake Havasu. I think that was in 1996. And it was the Canadian Chris Hall who was the world champion that year on that Pro Polaris. The boat that we're talking about is that boat in second place, the red Polaris out there. So it has won a world title. You can just see the G's that Morrison is taking. He's just hopping on top of the water right there.
Yeah, usually his boy's out here with him, Kelly, the Cowboy Myham, but he's not here this weekend. Those two guys are usually battling.
Yeah, it looks like we're having a buoy issue again out there on the top left-hand side of the track. Course Marshal Kevin, again, having to put that buoy in the relocation program. And we're still looking for music for our top 3, are we? It's top 3 by point leaders. Okay, so we need Sophie Francis needs a song.
Yeah, Brad's going to go get it.
Okay.
That way you know how we're announcing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, Racer X, Rob Morrison, bottom right-hand side of the track. That's where you'll find your leader piloting the Silver Bullet. The white flag is out. Less than a lap to go.
And there's Nick Murphy coming in on the hook.
Not the way you want to come in here at Claytor Lake. Don't want to come in on the gaff. Rex Hayes still holding on to that second place position. Boat number 86, the Polaris SL. So again, final race of the morning show. Getting ready to take off down online. Current time on deck, it's about 10 after 12. So again, only going to take about a 20 to 30 minute break in between this and the pro show. Pro show begins at 1 o'clock. Again, got a lot of racing to get in before these thunderstorms get to us. And taking the checkered flag right now, Rob Morrison out of Hoxton, Georgia. I'm sorry, Houston, Georgia. He will take the win right there. I believe Rob also picked up a new job this past week. I believe he was talking to Billy, too, and he's going to be the technical inspector at the U.S. Hydro Drag World Championships. Rex Hayes coming through in that second place position. And again, final race before the break, getting ready to take off down on line. Again, this is race number 12, but race number 16 on our sheets right here. So we should have number 387, Kenneth Poole out of Lithia Springs, Georgia. And from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina, vote number 514, Robert Bango. And vote number 3 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Dave Barnum. That rounds your field of here. This is 12, 16 on the board. And I believe from here we will be going to the break and amateur freestyle. All right, looks like Bango, your leader on the inside, as the green flag comes out for the racer on the outside. Is boat number 3, your race leader.
David Barnum out of Charlotte, North Carolina. In second, that's going to be Kenneth Poole, followed by Robert Bango.
So Barnum, your early race leader out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Notice he's sporting a Dale Earnhardt Sr. number 3. Just north of Charlotte there, Mooresville, North Carolina, considered Race City, USA, where a lot of the NASCAR teams hang out.
And it looks like Graham Hunt moved up past Robert Bango to take over third. There's your leader, David Barnum, coming down the front straight.
Well, Barnum looks like he's got the GoPro set up on his helmet, but he ain't going to get to see anything. Ain't nothing going on in front of him right now. Gee,
That's great. Tearing up the outside right now.
Oh, there he is. On that boat. I seen your name on here.
there was no other pro. You decided to opt
Who is
out.
that on that boat? I'm not sure who's on that boat then. They're in second place.
Graham Hunt spending some time with us down in St. Pete at the pier last weekend. So your race.
That's in second. That's 120 actually. Tyler Lester out of Baston, Virginia. Got all these combined classes here. There's Tyler Lester right there, holding down second.
Yeah,
Kenneth
Tyler.
Poole.
I was going to say Tyler out of Bastion, Virginia. Kenneth Poole, boat number 387, working the center middle section of the track. Bango in fourth on the top left-hand side of the track. Meanwhile, your race leader right out in front of announcing down that U.S. Marine Corps front straightaway and through the horseshoe.
Tyler Lester on that 1800 Yamaha. That thing's a handful.
You can see him setting up way wide. Tyler going to work the outside split this time around. Once again, we will be taking a short pause for the cause. Immediately following this one right here, the checker checkered flag getting ready to come out. And there we go. Congratulations. Boat number 3, Mid Barnum, Charlotte, North Carolina, taking the win.
Taking second, that's Tyler Lester out of Baston, Virginia. And coming down the front straight in third, that's going to be Kenneth Poole. And Robert Bango is going to come in fourth. All right, we're going to take a little lunch break, and we'll come back with the pro ski main events at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be going on about 12:55. We're going to have some amateur freestylists and some junior freestylists out here during the break. If you guys like to stick around and take a look at what's happening out here on the water as far as freestyle.
Bring back, you know, the racers know what they want. They want to be able to go out in an environment like this and just have a good time with their friends, and that's what we're here for. That's what it's all about.
Well, and I understand that you guys just started a club, too. So are you guys going to be doing some buoy racing at the club functions?
All right, so the Blue Ridge Jet Ski Club is actually not a new thing. It's been around at this exact lake for a very long time. It was established. I'll try to get you some more information of when it was started. What? How long? 40 years ago? He's saying it's as long as 40 years ago. Mark Armentrout was very instrumental in that. I know Jeff Arnold, Denny Rowe, he's out here racing this weekend. Those guys established the Blue Ridge Jet Ski Club. They practice every Wednesday about a half a mile down that way toward the dam. They've been racing up here for a very long time, and they welcomed me and my friends and my group in, brought us in, treated us like family, and we would come up every Wednesday night to ride with them, and I cherish every moment of that. So, yeah, the long-standing club, we're trying to sort of reignite the club, get some new people involved, and start expanding again.
Well, you know, I tell you, I'm really impressed. Mark Armentrout bringing the 73 JS 400 here. I mean, you talk about history. That is history right there.
Oh, yeah, they don't make them like that anymore.
No, not at all. And, you know, I had some friends that actually visited the area just a couple of weeks ago, the Silverstein brothers, which they're kind of legends in this industry as well. And they said, Mike, man, you're going to love this lake because they came right here to this lake.
Yeah, isn't this beautiful? I mean, you got the hills running right off into the water. It's gorgeous. So it's a little cooler climate here. We're at a little bit of altitude. The water stays a little cooler here year-round. So I just think it's a perfect venue for jet ski racing.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you know, I've been to a lot of places, man, and this has got everything that, you know, that makes a great race. You know, I mean, everything is easy to get to. You got a lot of grass, a lot of shade. You know, I mean, people love that stuff. Any advice that you might want to give any racer that may start coming out that's listening in on the live stream right now? Tell us about where you're going next year and how you guys will be moving forward.
All right, so we'll have more information about tour stops and things as we move forward. We haven't cemented all that yet, so I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We're going to focus on tomorrow for now, but we'll have information coming out soon. But in the meantime, I would encourage everybody to go to the AJSA website, join the Blue Ridge Jet Ski Club Facebook page, join the Chattanooga Jet Ski Club Facebook page, or whatever Facebook page is a local group for your area. Get involved. And just go out and start meeting and greeting with people. That's how I got involved. I was lucky enough to meet Matthew Richuck, one of the great racers of the last 10 years. He got me involved in this, and that's how it starts. It goes with one person, then maybe you get another guy somewhere else, and two people here, and then somebody else hears about it. They want to come out. Next thing you know, you're like Chattanooga Jet Ski Club with, a couple hundred members? How many members?
Yeah, exactly. A couple hundred members, as you pointed out. You know, and that's another thing that I like, that the marketing aspect here with the AJSA. They're getting a lot of the different clubs involved. Like I noticed the Lake Norman clubs involved. I mean, the more clubs that you can get involved, I think that is a different way of promoting the sport than what we as promoters have done in years past, and I think it's very smart, very intelligent move.
Absolutely, Mikey. I think that's the way moving forward. I think what you have to do is you've got to reestablish grassroots that we've really, I feel like, as a sporting event, look, over the years we've kind of lost grasp maybe of where we came from. You know, not everybody wants to come out and go straight to pro tour racing their first year and travel an enormous amount of distance to go and race.
Not to mention the cost.
Well, not to mention the cost and the vacation days, and it just adds up. It's a lot, you know, as an amateur racer getting started. It's a lot, but if you can build a grassroots racing organization at a somewhat local level, and you have guys that come out and they get involved and they ride together every weekend and they race together when the events are in town, you start to build talent. And then once you build talent, then those guys, hopefully the future is for us that we'll have a platform for them to move into a next tier rank, sort of a pro type of racing, and actually do a true national tour with the best talent.
You know, and that's one of the things that I was thinking too, that what you guys could do to build on this foundation is that every one of the promoters that become an AJSA promoter get one national tour stop. So you can have your regional races, but then you get one big granddaddy every year.
Yep, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but you know, I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I can assure you that every individual in this organization, their heart is in the right place. I feel like that all of us want the same thing for this sport. We all race first. We started as racers, and you see things that were going on in the sport, and you say, well, if I was running it, what would I do? And that's what we're going to do.
That's fantastic. Jonathan, I appreciate you taking the time here during the break. Best of luck today, and even better luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mikey. Always a pleasure, and thank you for everything you do for us.
I'll tell you what, I'm here for you guys all the way. AJSA all the way. Back to you in the booth, Jared. Second place in the pro class right now is Jimmy Wilson. Ah, yeah.
Jimmy Wilson blasting off to his own on the inside with the hole shot.
Tegan Hill, your current points leader. And Tegan Hill's a little back in black.
Tegan Hill with the hole shot on the outside. Jimmy Wilson with the hole shot on the inside. You're 1 and 2 in points.
Well, this is the way that it should be, coming all the way down to the last race of the season. The green flag flying from the tower. And here we go, side-by-side racing. It looks like Wilson out in front right now. Hill in second.
Zarzauer in third. That's going to put Sophie Francis back in fourth. Spanky Glenn Sylvester in fifth. Joe Lyons, 331 in sixth. That's Dustin Holshot Higdon in seventh.
Well, I'll tell you, we got this started just as the rain started to come down again here at Claytor Lake. Again, Jimmy Wilson, your early leader, followed by Hill. And I believe the log jumps are open here in this one, Glenn. What do you think, huh?
Log jumps open, Mikey.
All right, we're serving up fresh rubber here, baby.
I can guarantee you Jimmy Wilson's going to hit it, and so is Tegan.
All right, let's see if anybody takes advantage of using this. Saving them a little bit of time there. They've got one on the front straightaway, one toward the back section of the course. And here we go. It's Jimmy Wilson, and Wilson charging the log jump right now. Hop up over the top. Wilson and Hill wheeling over it. Zarzauer, number 712.
Here comes Sophie.
Whoa, and Sophie just nosed it.
It's going to put Sylvester back into fifth. Higdon hits the log jump. He's all over Joseph Lyons on the new 4-stroke Superjet.
I'll tell you what, good move there by Higdon. Almost made the pass. And we'll see if he hits that log jump on the back section of the course as well. And you can tell a lot of these riders not used to a log jump. Some of them slowing way down before they hit it. Other ones just opting to go to the horseshoe section.
Down the front straightaway, your leader, Jimmy Wilson, on boat number 300 with a 6-second lead over number 4, Tegan Hill, wide open to the log jump.
Oh, no problems whatsoever. Completely clearing that log jump. Hill still with a pole in the water, trying to reel in Wilson over here on the left-hand side of the track. Will he be able to do it? Sophie Francis again, just charging that log jump. And I'll tell you, get out the duct tape, get out the fiberglass repair kit. We'll be back in the pits.
Hits it. So does Dustin Higdon. Joseph Lyons opts out on the 331 new Superjet.
Yeah, so you got a tremendous amount of rain coming down as they are charging these log jumps right here. So you got to wonder about the timing. Wilson again clearing the log jump. And here comes Hill. You can see Hill has to hit the brakes just a little bit, and he tries to bunny hop it.
That's probably a good idea. You don't want to mess the nose up. We had a few boats with holes in them last week. We got a new log jump. It's made out of golf cart tires, Mikey.
I like it. I like it. You know, you don't have to worry about your grate getting stuck into knobbies.
Sophie needs to get a little bounce like Jimmy does. Jimmy gets that little bounce and just kind of bunny hops there.
Well, I think the problem is that Sophie is so light, she has a hard time getting that bounce.
Dustin Higdon, no problem over the log jump. Takes the position over Joseph Lyons. Glenn Sylvester goes down. That's going to move Dustin Higdon up into 5th.
Yeah, Higdon with a nice lap right there from 7th to 5th that quick. And here comes Wilson again, charging along the front straightaway.
Barely touches it.
Oh, and you can tell that didn't sound good. The bottom of that boat, Tegan Hill, did not sound good going over that log jump.
Well, I've heard that a few times. Here comes Zarzauer. He's pretty good about getting a hop on.
Yeah, Zarzauer, no problems whatsoever. Here comes Sophie Francis again.
Charging.
She's charging hard right now. And wheelies over that log jump. She's the only one that's kind of like wheeling over in it. She's not getting that little bunny hop right to it.
Jimmy Wilson still maintaining a 6-second lead. Hill
Higdon wheeling over.
down the front straightaway. You're here. Jimmy Wilson charging the log jump.
Courtesy flags out for Wilson. This race only halfway complete.
Tegan Hill hanging tough. That's your points leaders right now for the championship. Jimmy Wilson looking at the $3,000 check for tonight.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of to get you back to North Carolina.
Glenn Sylvester pulling off the track. Sophie for the log jump.
Section of the track right now. Rain coming down that hard. Doesn't
Jimmy
seem
Wilson
to,
has that log jump dialed.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem to be affecting Wilson whatsoever. Tegan's got a back marker to contend with. Gets out the broom. Cues it high. Looks like he's trying to stick it in. Doesn't have position yet. So that slows him down just a little bit. As Wilson once again opting for that outside section of the track over here on the right-hand side.
Here comes Zarzauer in 3rd over the log jump.
No casualties yet over the log jump. And just about everybody taking the log jump. Blue flag with the yellow stripe coming out for Sophie Francis. Sophie this time going to opt to take the buoys, and here comes a battle.
Sophie's boat is going down. Sophie's boat is sinking.
Oh, wow. And a tough break there for Sophie Francis, but she crashed into that log jump like 6 times in a row.
Definitely got a hole in the front. That's a real bummer.
Meanwhile, Tegan Hill still maintaining that 2nd place position. Whoa, hey.
Sophie's boat is going down to David Jones' locker.
Yeah, tough break there for Sophie Francis.
That boat was repaired from last race, and so got rid of that log jump, got a new one, and still did her in.
At least the hole's in the same place.
You really got to get that right there, Jimmy Wilson. See how he bunny hops before, and then you don't want to touch it with the rear of the boat first, though. You could go down to David Jones' locker. You kind of want to roll over with the gas tank there like, well, Dustin did. Jimmy Wilson is just a pro. Let's just face it. Jimmy Wilson there's nobody even in his league when it comes to the log jump.
Yeah, looking very smooth, like a hot knife through butter over that log jump. And the rain continues to fall here. Meanwhile, Sophie Francis climbing up on the back of the Marshall boat. And
Oh, that boat's going down to David Jones' locker.
it's a tough break. Now it's sideways. Wilson this time going to opt to go outside the log jump as Francis remains right behind the log jump. And they're just trying to get that boat so it doesn't sink. Kevin Scott jumping in the water to try to help Sophie. Randy trying to reel it in. All right, looks like the boat has made it to the rescue sled. And Zarzar looked like he was going to charge the log jump, but then realized.
And meanwhile, your race leader coming down the front straight, Jimmy Wilson.
And just trying to get that boat into the shoreline here where they can pick it up and empty it out. Meanwhile, Tegan Hill still holding on to that second place position. He's about 15 seconds right now behind Jimmy Wilson. And Wilson, I believe, just collected the white flag that last time around. So Wilson going to look for the checkers in about a half a lap here as he works the outside split. Meanwhile, the marshals getting back into position.
White flag out from our flagman, Lance Vincent.
And here comes the checkered, and how about it? Jimmy Wilson takes the win here.
Dominating win by Jimmy, especially over the log jump. Put on a clinic. Here comes Tegan Hill. That's your second place finisher. And that's how they are in the points right now for the $5,000. It's going to be handed out tonight at the overall series championships.
Once again, you can buy your wristbands for the party tonight. Those are back at the AJSA merchandise booth. $12 holla.
And Dustin Higdon, he was down a lap there. Third place is going to be Zeb Zarzauer on the 702. And I believe that's going to put Joseph Lyons back in fourth and Dustin Higdon in fifth. Or Dustin might have got fourth, not sure. But right there is your third place finisher, Zarzauer. All right, Mikey, up next, we're going to have Pro Ski 1500. Blaine Spooner on that 220 Spoondog Racing boat. He is your championship leader, and he's going to he's won the championship. Going to get the $3,000 check tonight over at Rock House Marina. Don't miss out the award ceremony. Down on the line, we got boat 75, Nate Gianelli, the 17-year-old out of Chesterfield, Virginia. He's riding for the Marines.
Hoorah!
Boat number 78, Justin Bradley out of Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia.
Justin currently sitting second in the points.
And it's his birthday, and he's riding for the Blue Ridge Mountain Series. They're having their first round tomorrow. And on boat number 220, your championship winner for the year, Blaine Spoondog Spooner.
And they are off and away.
Spoondog with a hole shot on the outside. Justin Bradley with a hole shot on the inside. They've been battling all year, 1 and 2. They're going to take home the big money tonight, Mikey. Spoondog's collecting $3,000, and Justin Bradley's going to get a $1,750 check on his birthday.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be Spoondog as they come out of the split section, followed by Bradley on number 78.
That's Nate Giovanelli, the new 17-year-old young racer, back in third on the Marines machine. 247 back in fourth.
And Spooner just carving it up out there. Opting not to go the log jump. See if any of these 1500s here go to the log jump.
I'm not sure if the log jump's open for the 15s. Brad said 1050s.
So here we go. Our race leader be coming from the right-hand side of the track. Spoondog, Blaine Spooner out of Dania Beach, Florida, sponsored by Spoondog Racing.
And also Cabrera Motorsports. He's got that Cabrera Motorsports tune and everything that Cabrera offers. And that boat has been on point all year long.
Yeah, David Cabrera doing a great job at Cabrera Motorsports, doing all the tunes, a lot of tunes he's doing for the P1 Aquacross as well. Does a lot for the closed course. But if you need somebody to spin the wrenches the right way, David Cabrera is your guy.
I got the Cabrera tune. If you need a tune, he's the guy to check out, Cabrera Motorsports. Spoondog is just flying on the outside. Got about a 15-second lead already over Justin Bradley.
Boy, if it gets any more soggy down here, we're going to need a life vest.
12-second lead currently right now. Spoondog has over Justin Bradley.
And
We're getting some flooding conditions, Mikey.
Yes, we are.
There's Nate Giovanelli on the 75 Marines machine, Steve Booth Racing. I've been really impressed with him. It's only his second race, raced in Spindale, and this is his second race. He's only 17 years old. He's racing for Steve Booth Racing, and he has that Marines sponsorship with the wrap. If you haven't seen that wrap, you got to check it out.
Yeah, it's like he's coming to the custom ski show.
We want to thank the Marines. They're here again this weekend. Our title sponsor, we have the Marine Pull-Up Challenge. If you haven't gone over and tried to do your 20, you better get over there and do it.
Get you some. Well, Spoondog definitely getting him some out there. Onto the left-hand side of the track, around the double yellow he goes.
He's been on rails all year. He's so fast through the corners. AJSA really putting the spotlight on these OEM boats, Mikey. We got the 1500 ski pro class and we got the 1050 pro ski class. We're trying to promote the manufacturer so that we can get maybe some sponsorship from those guys would be nice. Of course, these boats here, you can go right and buy them off the showroom floor, and that's what we are trying to make this the premier class. And that's where all the money is.
Making it look easy out there. His boy, a winner a little earlier today in the junior sport class as well.
Birthday boy coming down in second. Of course, tomorrow he's going to be helping Jonathan McCreary with the first round of the Blue Ridge Mountain Series. We've got the AJSA expanding with the Hydro Drags and the Blue Ridge Mountain Series. And we just got a pair of Fly racing goggles. Somebody in the 1050 race that had a pair of Fly goggles. Might be Sophie's. Got a pair of Fly black goggles with a yellow. I believe they might be Sophie's. They're from the 1050 race. Bradley coming through on second. Spoondog on the back straightaway, already picking up bag markers. Giovanelli hanging tough in third. He really reminds me of Spoondog because he rails the corner so fast. Spoondog's machine has just been on another level this year.
So the blue flag coming out for the 247. As you see, Spoondog able to get by over here on the left-hand side of the track.
Yeah, and he was, I think, just kind of getting out of the way there for Spoondog.
Justin Bradley celebrating birthday number 40 out there on boat number 78, currently sitting in second place.
All right, up next will be Moto 1. We need Moto 2 on deck.
Spooner, another pass back through the Marine Corps start-finish line. By the way, I'd like to say a very special thanks to all of our good friends at Pro Rider Magazine, Kathy and Mike Ratty and Peter Ratty. They're making us famous like Jared Romsberg from RMGsports.net is making us famous.
Yeah, it's really great to have Racer H2O on board this weekend, Mikey, and we're broadcasting out to the world. First ever live stream for the AJSA. We're making history. American Jet Sports Association is a brand new sanctioning body, and also running a series right here in the South.
He's got an amazing lead right now over Bradley. He's got a back marker in between he and Bradley. Bradley just coming out of the split, so he's got about a half to three-quarters lead.
Yeah, when they put Spoondog out there, the beat a couple of times with the stamina, and that boat is just on rails, and so is his riding style.
So once again, this is their we had for the, both the 1050 and the 1500 cc class in our pro division.
Gio Vanelli is he's reeling in Justin Bradley for that second place position. We'll see. I know we're down on the laps. Actually, right now, Lance Vincent, your flagman, is showing the white flag to your leader. Blake Spoondog Racing, Cabrera Motorsports machine. He's going to take $3,000 big check.
Yeah, so everything getting started tonight? It's like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock?
I'm not even sure. I think around 7. 6:30. They want to try to get the award ceremony in. That way won't go too long.
And that rumble you hear, it's a little bit of thunder.
Brad Hill, a race director, surveying the situation. Coming down for the checker flag, your leader, championship winner, Blaine Spoondog Spooner.
Nice ride there by Spoondog on the 220.
Been dominating all year in this 1500 stock pro class. The thing I like about these pro ski classes, Mikey, is they're stock classes, so keeps the cost down. We got the Pro 1500 stock and the Pro 1050 stock. All right, everybody out of the water. Everybody, we
again-
need everybody out of the water.
Yeah, we need to get everybody out of the water. Lightning was spotted. The red flag is out, and we'll be back with further communication as soon as we get word up here. So again, we apologize for the delays for everybody watching in here on the live stream. We apologize for the delays. Unfortunately, we've got some lightning rolling through here, and so we're going to get everybody off the water, but we'll be back with you here shortly. Once again, stay tuned to AJSARacing.com.
All right, guys, this is photo number one, race number one, down on the line. On the line, we got boat number 64 out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. It's Roger back. On boat number 88 out of Appleton, Tennessee, it's Brad Adams riding for One Up Storage. On boat 151, it's Hans Neal out of Piney Flats, Tennessee. Boat 220 is Ryan Short Stroke Stevens out of Mansfield, Ohio, racing for GC Racing, Easy Ski, Hitch Haulers, Liquid Molly, Power Nuts, PWC Doctor, Lucor Automotive, and Imperial Autism Connection. Team Reckless Abandonment. Where's Waldo? On boat number 380, we got Ben Dressel. He's out of Pasadena, Maryland. He's on the new Force Jet. That's your lineup for race number one, 1050C class. On deck, we need race two. Race two on deck, runabout, 1100 runabout.
All righty, here we go with the 1050 class.
Yeah. On the inside with the hole shot, it looks like Short Stroke. On the outside, it's Brad, the Rad Dad Adams out of the Chattanooga Jetski Club. He's going to get the hole shot over Short Stroke. And Short Stroke's in a battle with Ben Dressel. Ben Dressel takes over second down the front straightaway. Put Short Stroke back into third. Boat number 64 back in fourth.
That's Roger Vermack.
And that's 155th.
Hans Neal. So that's how we stand 1 through 5 here. This is race number one. Race number two should be working their way down to the starting line. That is the Vintage Sport GP combined with the 1100cc runabout stock class.
Into the outside split, it's Brad, the Rad Dad Adams, riding for One Up Storage. the founding fathers of the AJSA.
Works his way around the horseshoe over here on the left-hand side of the track. Dressel still in second place on boat number 380, short stroke. Boat number 220 back there in third.
Short stroke's got his hands full with Roger Vermack. He's all the way from Deerfield Beach, Florida. 151 is Hans Neal. He's at Johnson City, Piney Flats, Tennessee. We appreciate all the Johnson City vintage guys coming out.
And short stroke took the makeup buoy, loses a position there to Vermack on boat number 64.
Down the front straight, taking the white flag, Brad the Rad Dad Adams. Coming through in second, Ben Dressel on the 380 on the four-stroke Superjet. 64 is now taking over third. Roger Vermack has pushed short stroke back, and now he's in a battle with Hans Neal.
White flag out, not too much time left to go in this one. Brad Adams. Here we go again. Yeah, everybody look out toward the lake. Well, we're trying, you know. I mean, unfortunately, you can't do anything about Mother Nature, you know. That's the only bad thing about putting on events that are outdoors.
Taking the checker flag, it's Brad the Rad Dad Adams winning that Stock C class. It's going to give him the overall win for the weekend. And I believe for the overall series championship, he's right there in the hunt. He might actually be your champion. Ben Dressel taking second on that 380. Well, thought he was going to mainline the log jump. And there comes third place, 64, Roger Vermack. And that's going to put, it looks like 151. Hans Neal moved up over short stroke. It's going to put short stroke back to fifth. All right, race two down on the line. We got a combined class, the Vintage Sport GP on that 21 beautiful wave blaster. That's Cameron Frame out of Charleston, West Virginia, and he's the owner of AOMC. If you haven't checked out AOMC MX, they got every dealership under the sun, and did I tell you they got 1 million parts on their website, Mikey?
Cool. Hey, boat number 257 is out of Mint Hill, North Carolina, riding the top of Yamaha. That is Clark Bramage.
Boat number one, Gregory Hill out of Rutherford, North Carolina, riding for B&N Power Sports and Power Sports Supply. That is your overall champion for this class for the year.
Boat number 33 from Hickson, Tennessee, sponsored by Triple Cross Racing and the Gathering Chattanooga, David Price.
Boat number 80, Neil O'Russo out of Owensboro, Kentucky. He's sponsored by my ex-wife.
And finally, boat number 620 from Hendersonville, Tennessee, sponsored by Killer Frog Racing as well as the LKN Jetski Club. That is Carolyn Moss. All right, looks like there has been a call to order down online. As Lance says, fire 'em up. Frame off with another good start.
And on the outside is Cameron Frame on the Wave Blaster. In second, it's going to be Carolyn Moss on the Yamaha EX. And she's got Neil O'Russo in tow and David Price, the chaplain, on the inside on the Yamaha EX. With the whole shot is Jonathan McCreary. Coming down the front straight, Cameron Frame on the wave blaster. Jonathan McCreary in a battle with Carolyn Moss. Moss slams the door. That puts McCreary back in third. Neil Russo in fourth. That's David from Triple Cross Ministry in sixth. On boat number 1.
But the man with the plan out there is Trey Frame, out there leading these big runabouts on the sport boat. Talking about, he's probably got an 1100 triple, and somebody just completely missed a buoy, completely blew that buoy. Okay, so McCreary.
McCreary blew. I didn't see which buoy did he blow.
He missed the, it looked like he missed the blue buoy, but.
Well, Caroline over, well, and it looks like, where is Jonathan? There he's fourth behind, I don't know, Rusa.
Here's number 1.
This is 2 combined classes right now. Carolyn Moss has her hands full with Neil Russo. It's the battle class. Carolyn on the Yamaha EX. CD getting down by Creary. He's on the Yamaha EX. We got Greg on the CD XP8, followed up by David riding the CD.
And it looks like the white flag will be coming out this time around. Cameron Frame. Again, sponsored by AJSA out of Virginia.
Caroline Moss out front of Neil O'Rusa in that class. On the Killer Racing LKN Jet Machine. Robert Bango. Caroline just bought that ski from Robert yesterday.
Like McCreary still. Rusa. And the hill rounds out. Once again, race number 3 be down there on the starting line. Race number 3 on the. Meanwhile, it's the win.
In second, it's going to put Neil O'Rusa in. Jonathan McCreary. Gregory Hill coming through in fifth. David in sixth.
All right, once again, race number 3 coming up next. That is the junior 12-year-olds and the 13 to 15-year-old, well, boat number 7 from Charleston, West Virginia, sponsored by AOMC Yamaha. That is Cash Frame.
Boat number 23, Naya Beach, Florida, sponsored by Spoon Dog Racing. Cabrera, that's Cameron Spoon Dog, Spoon Light Spooner.
Boat number 94 out of Appleton, Tennessee, Charlie Adams.
He's riding for Thunderstruck Racing. Number 213, that's Ellie Short Strokes Stevens out of Ohio, riding for Team Reckless Abandonment.
You got boat number 2 from Hickson, Tennessee, sponsored by Killer Frog Racing, Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, and Team 332, Knox Ritchie.
Number 529, your field from Jacksonville, Florida, riding for Glidwell Racing, GPO Jetski, Taylor's Outboard, and more. It's Kylie Meyer. Mikey, usually this junior ski class is one of the biggest classes, but of course school is back in session. We got soccer games and all kinds of stuff going on. So we're missing a lot of our normal competitors. Normally there'd be about 10 to 12 kids out there in this class right here, but Knox has wrapped up the title for the year. And well, he's in a battle actually. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Points come out, and who gets handed the overall championship title? Knox Ritchie has been in a battle all year with Spoondog Light. Spoondog Light and Charlie Adams have been battling. So what happened was Knox, you know, he turned 13, so he kind of moved up to the 13 to 15. So he missed out on a couple of races, and that's why he's still in a battle. Not sure who's in the lead right now. Of course, we're going to have all the championship trophies handed out tonight at Rock House Marina. Get over here to the AJSA swag booth and get your tickets. You need the blue armband to get in for tonight's party. Lance is firing them up.
All right. Once again, this is race number 3 down there on the starting line. This is the junior ski, 10 to 12 and 13 to 15-year-old combined class.
And on the outside with the whole shot, it looks like young Charlie Adams, our youngest competitor. He's holding off Knox Ritchie. On the inside is Kylie Meyer. On the outside, Charlie Adams on the Thunderstruck Racing one-up storage machine.
Great job by Adams being able to hold off Knox Ritchie there as they both exit the outside split.
Charlie looks over, gives Knox a nod down the front straightaway, slams the door. Spoondog Light back in third. Gonna put Kylie Meyer in fourth. Cash Frame in fifth. Back in sixth is going to be Ellie Stevens, Short Stroke Stevens.
And Ritchie really pushing Adams right now. Ritchie goes to the inside, and Adams turned around. And seeing that Ritchie was going to the inside, he is on the outside. Let's see how they come out. They went in pretty even.
Oh, Knox Ritchie loses the ski. That's rare. Very rare.
So the yellow flags will come out. And Adams all by himself out in front now.
It's going to move Spoondog Light up to second. Kylie Meyer in third. Cash Frame in fourth.
Race number 4 should be coming to the starting line. Race number 4 should be working your way down to the starting line. And Ritchie back up at gas. Meanwhile, Charlie with about an 8-second lead over second place. Spoondog Light, boat number 23.
And I don't think I've seen Knox lose his ski all year long, much less wipe out. So that's going to put him behind the 8 ball here. Down the front stretch.
To say, as you pointed out, though, he's already the overall.
Well, I'm not sure what the points are, actually. He missed 2 rounds because he changed age. So we'll see. Right now on the back straightaway, though, young Charlie Adams, our youngest competitor, out front holding off Spoondog Light. Charlie, checkered flag. Riding for Thunderstruck Racing and one-up storage, one of our title sponsors. Here comes Cameron Spoondog Light for second. That's your 10 to 12-year-old class. Beating the 13 to 15-year-olds. Here's Knox Ritchie coming down the front straight. He's going to pick up one spot over Cash Frame. All right, that rounds out your field for the 10 to 12 and 13 to 15-year-old ski. Up next, it's going to be one of the most exciting races of the day, Ski Open. And down, this is race number 4 on the line. And on the line, we got boat number 106. One of the legends of the sport out of Apex, North Carolina. We're honored to have Bill Haig here this weekend.
And from Matthews, North Carolina, sponsored by Broward Motorsports, AOMC, MX, Fly Racing, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, Works H, as well as Hot Products, and Cabrera Motorsports, Jimmy Wilson.
Boat number 627 out of Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia. Riding for the Blue Ridge Mountain Summer Series. First round is tomorrow. It's Jonathan McCreary.
And boat number 02 out of Lawrence, Kansas, we've got Jeb Zarsauer.
Boat number 911 out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. My favorite racer in the world, the most inspirational racer in the sport right now. Riding for Liquid Molly, Fly Racing, Black Tip, Works H2O, Quakey Sense, Shop, SBT, Jet Dynamics, Fast Power Sports, IPD Graphics. It's Sophie Francis.
All right, looks like it's going to be 6 laps here in the GP class.
All right, it looks like Sophie is again going to Jimmy Wilson's number 300. And Jimmy Wilson is going to race Francis' 911 Fast Power Sports machine. That's a beautiful machine. It's probably a beautiful ski on the beach. This is race 4 on the line. We need race 5 on deck. Race we have 12. We got race 4 on the line, and we'll have 8 more races. Get through these bad boys here before we get hit with another round.
Yeah, it looks like the weather's lifted just a little bit.
All right, Lance is firing them up.
Ah, and that's the sound of horsepower.
On the outside with the jump, it's Sophie Francis. On the inside, it's going to be Jimmy Wilson.
Yeah, Sophie Francis with McQuarrie right back in the back of her tray.
And down the front straight, Sophie Francis with a hole shot over Jimmy Wilson.
So Francis, Wilson, McCreary, 1, 2, 3. Haig in 4th.
Haig on that 200 horsepower bullet machine. He's holding off Zarsauer.
Is that the V2 hull?
Sophie Francis to the outside split. Jimmy Wilson to the inside. I think Sophie gained ground there.
Yeah, Sophie outside work for her. But Wilson about 2.5 seconds off the pace being thrown down by Francis. Gap between second and third is 5 seconds between Wilson and McCreary. Wilson looks like he's in the attack mode out there. See if he opts to go to the outside. He does. Looks like he may have lost a little bit of time choosing the inside that last time around. This time he's going to go ahead and work the outside.
Bill Haig back and forth, having a great ride, holding off Zarzauer. And Bill Haig riding that bullet hull that's somewhere around 200 horsepower. And that's a two-stroke, guys. Haig is on a two-stroke. There's Jonathan McCreary holding down third.
Hagen's still running. As Wilson still trying to chase down Francis. As they are on the outside split right now, getting ready to come down the front straightaway.
Jimmy Wilson gaining a little ground on Sophie. With a 2-second lead.
And you can see Jimmy's pushing her as they've separated from the rest of the pack. So your race leaders, once again, on the outside split, getting ready to come. Still less than a couple seconds between second place. Sophie Francis from Port St. Lucie, Florida, by way of Great Britain, still your race leader out there. It looks like Will gave about a half a second off.
Oh, and he missed that buoy right there. And he knows it.
Yeah, you can see he's looking back over his shoulder. Yeah, he's not in his aggressive stance. Meanwhile, Haig is going at it back here for that fourth place position. As they head on to the left-hand side of the track. We'll see if Wilson takes the penalty buoy this time around. Well, he can't take the penalty buoy because the checkered flag is out. So congratulations, Sophie Francis takes the win, and that's going to knock Jimmy down about 5 spots.
Oh, Jimmy hoses her.
Thank you for playing.
All right, we need this race number 5, the Vintage Boys out on the line. Race 6 on deck.
Speaking of the vintage class, we should have boat number 13, Brianna Danielson out of Piedmont, South Carolina. She should be down there.
And boat number 22, your first moto winner out of Piedmont, South Carolina, riding for Upstate Stand-Ups. It's Tim Kressler.
Boat number 23 from Travelers Rest, South Carolina, sponsored by Upstate Stand-Ups, is Chase Sanders.
Boat number 108 out of Piney Flats, Tennessee, part of the Johnson City Club, sponsored by his wife. That's John Horn.
And out of Florida, sponsored by Glidwell Racing, GPO Jet Ski, Taylor's Outboards, and more. 529, Kylie Meyer.
Boat number 574 out of Greer, South Carolina, riding for Upstate Stand-Ups. That's David Swan.
And rounding out your field on boat number 812 out of Jacksonville, Florida, Joe Meyer.
And one more racer in the Ski Vintage Evo class. That's boat number 15, Kelly Neal on the Square Nose Superjet out of Piney Flats, Tennessee, part of the Johnson City Vintage crew.
And there we go. We are off and away.
And on the outside, it's going to be Chase Sanders on the 650 with a giant hole shot. On the inside, it looks like Jonathan Horn on the 108. He's got a battle with Kelly Neal on the Square Nose Superjet, and she takes it over. On the outside is Chase Sanders, followed up by Moto number 1 winner Tim Kressler on that 22. On the inside, the Square Nose Superjet of Kelly Neal. Chase Sanders with the hole shot, followed up by Jonathan Horn down the front straightaway. That's Kressler. First moto winner. The real battle between him and 108 for the overall win for the day.
So Sanders, moto number 23, early leader over here, left-hand side of the track. Winner of moto number 1, Kressler, sitting back there in the second position. And I believe David Swan took the second place in moto number 1.
Kyle goes down momentarily. Kyle Meyer on that 529. Out front on the Chase Sanders. Holding off Tim Kressler. Jonathan Horn back in third. That's Kelly Neal in fourth. David Swan in fifth. We need race 6 on the line. Race number 6 down on the line.
Once again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to the United States Marines for their support here in the 2023 AJSA Series. Once again, folks, don't forget to get your tickets for the award ceremony. Once again, get your tickets for the award ceremony back here at the AJSA merchandise booth. No changes that last time around. Chase Sanders from Travelers Rest, South Carolina, sponsored by Upstate Stand-Ups, still remains in the lead. Boat number 22, Kressler, still in the second place position, followed by John Horn of Piney Flats, Tennessee.
Not sure who that is on the purple machine. That's a new racer. I believe that is Brianna Danielson on the number 13 out of Piedmont, South Carolina. Haven't seen her out there on that purple machine this year. And she's being chased down by 812. That's Joe Meyer, Kylie Meyer's father. We do have a father-daughter race going on right now. And right now, Joe has got the bragging rights because there goes Kylie, and she goes down. Joe now on the back straightaway. It's going to be a long ride home for Kylie. All the way back down to Florida.
Back down to Jacksonville.
You'll never hear the end of it. Chase Sanders taking a white flag, holding off Tim Kressler on that 22. Kressler looking at the overall win for the day.
Once again, white flag lap, race number 5 out on the water right now. Race 6 online, race 7, stand by.
Jonathan Horn coming through on the 108, holding off Kelly Neal on the Square Nose 650 Superjet. And there's David Swan on the 574. Kicks it sideways.
Yeah, Swan not getting the best of starts.
Great race. Oh, okay, so my bad. It looks like Kylie is on the 812. So I got that backwards. Kylie is on the 812. They switched skis.
They switched skis.
So it's going to be a long ride home for Joe.
Oh, Joe riding in back, huh?
Joe, okay, I thought it was Kylie that was wiping out. It was Joe wiping out. So let me get that straight. Joe, and Joe's only had about 4 wipeouts in this moto so far.
Once again, just as a reminder to everybody out there, your awards from today, you may pick up 30 minutes after your last race. Okay, and you must pick them up here on site. They will not be at the award ceremony tonight. The award ceremony is for overall championships tonight.
And we had a big shakeup there. So Sanders went down, and Tim Kressler with the win. Jonathan Horn in second. That's going to put Chase Sanders back in third on the 650, and then Kelly Neal in fourth on the Square Nose Superjet. Here comes David Swan. He's going to hold down fifth on that Cowie 550. We appreciate all the upstate stand-up boys coming out. Johnson City crew. Those guys came to Johnson City, and they've been to every race since. And here comes through Brianna Danielson and Kylie Meyer, your two female competitors. Kylie Meyer taking the bragging rights over Joe Meyer. There's no doubt about that.
All right, race number 6, representing the veterans class in the sport division. Boat number 3 from Monetta, Virginia. That is Troy Ray.
On boat number 22 out of West Harrison, Indiana, riding for Blockhead Racing, the Corn Man, John Block.
And racing in the sports stock class, boat number 8 from Mooresville, North Carolina, sponsored by Reba Racing, Fly Racing, and HydroTurf. That is Graham Hunt.
On boat number 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia, riding on the Polaris Hurricane, it's Wyatt Hayes.
Boat number 146 out of Alton, Kentucky, sponsored by Triple Cross Ministries, Morgan Allen.
Boat number 257 out of Mint Hill, North Carolina, riding for Bramage Racing, it's Clark Bramage.
And out of Warner Robins, Georgia, boat number 787, Nick Murphy.
Boat number 913, your overall championship winner for the season. Out of Denver, North Carolina, it's Charlie McGuinn.
Alrighty,
Race 7,
folks.
we need race 7 and down on deck. Big hole shot by Wyatt Hayes on the outside. On the inside, it's going to be Charlie McGuinn. They've been battling all year.
Wyatt Hayes on that Polaris Hurricane. And
On
Hayes
the inside, it's McGuinn, followed by Block.
Well, it's going to be close as they get ready to exit their splits. And it's going to be Hayes coming from the outside.
Charlie McGuinn in second. In third from the outside, it's going to be Graham Hunt. In fourth, going to be Blockhead Racing, John Block. Back in sixth is Morgan Allen out of Kentucky. Seventh, that looks like 257. Not sure who that is. Nick Murphy back in eighth. Race 7 down on the line. Race 8 on deck.
Once again, race number 7 is a combined class. The junior 1100cc runabout, the 13 to 15-year-old division, and the junior sports stock class. Those two classes should be coming to the starting line. Meanwhile, Wyatt Hayes riding on the edge. Boat number 43 out of Dawsonville, Georgia. And trying to put a little bit more real estate between him and 913, Charlie McGuinn, who's already sewed up the series. And I think Hayes out here to make a statement with that Polaris Hurricane. Meanwhile, yellow flags coming out. Looks like we got a C2HX down. As course marshal Kevin is checking on it. Once again, having a hard time getting rebooted out there on that C2HX. Trying to figure out by, that could be Nick Murphy. As once again the yellow flags will remain out here on this lap. McGuinn still second. Graham Hunt, boat number 8, still in third. And Looks like John Block on boat number 22 in the 4th position. So that's the way they stack up, 1 through 4. We're just a couple of laps to go. I see the courtesy flags up. I believe that's 3 down and 3 to go here in the sport class. You're watching race number 6. All righty, so once again, unfortunately for Murphy, he is coming in on the gap right now. I'm sorry, that's Bramage, 57, that's coming in on the gap. Murphy's still out there out of Warner Robins, Georgia. 913, McGuinn still in place position to Wyatt Hayes, number 43, who is working that chicane on the back section. He'll enter the split, and he's going to opt to go to the inside. Once again, race number 7 should be working their way down to the starting line. So checkered flag comes out for Wyatt Hayes. Congratulations, Wyatt Hayes, out of Dawsonville, Georgia. He is sponsored by Liquimali. McGuinn coming through in second, boat number 913. McGuinn already clinching the points championship just a couple of weeks ago in Spindale. All right, once again, coming up next, it's our junior runabout stock, representing the juniors in the runabout division. Is boat number 607 from Foley, Alabama. That is Trevor Jenkins, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. He is affiliated with our good friends at Triple Cross Ministry. Representing your sports stock class, boat number 22, who took a win in from Dania Beach, Florida, sponsored by Spoondog Racing, Cameron Spooner. Boat number 23, sponsored by Thunderstruck Racing out of Appleton, Tennessee. That is Charlie Adams. Number 31 from Sandston, Virginia, Colt Meyer. Boat number 913 from Hickson, Tennessee, sponsored by Killer Frog Racing, Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, and Team 332. That is Axel Ritchie. And that rounds out your field of competitors here, folks, for race number 7.
All right, guys, I just got an announcement from the girls at the AJSA swag booth. If you need to get your ticket for tonight's dinner, they're going to be shutting down soon, so you need to get over here, buy your tickets. I'm not sure if they're going to be available there on site, but you need to get your armband over here at the AJSA swag tent so you can get into the awards ceremony for tonight and get your dinner. So they're going to be shutting it down soon. You guys get over here, make your purchases, and we're going to see you at the award ceremony tonight at the Rock House Marina. All right, on the outside with jump, that's going to be 22, Cameron Spoondog Light. On the inside, that's going to be Axel Ritchie on the Charlie McGuinn ski. And it looks like on the outside, in second is going to be Knox Ritchie on the Graham Hunt Sea-Doo. Coming down the front straightaway, it's going to be Cameron Spoondog Light just barely holding off Axel Ritchie. It's a drag race down the front, and Cameron Spoondog Light slams the door. Knocks Axel Ritchie back in second. Knox Ritchie in third. Colt Meyer in fourth. That's going to put Charlie Adams back into fifth. And Jenkins on the lone rider in junior runabout class. Hooking it onto the back straightaway. Cameron Spoondog Light. He's going to go to the outside. Axel the wrestler Ritchie going to go to the inside. Knox the Beast Ritchie. He goes to the outside, and Colton Meyer goes to the inside. That's your top four. Up next, we need race number 8. Race number 8 down on the line. Hey, Mikey, I'm in race 9, so I need you back in a minute. Mikey's on a trek to get some water. Down the front straight, Spoondog Light. Axel Ritchie has a battle with his brother now. Oh, Spoondog hooks it onto the back straight. Gets a little sideways. He regains his composure. Five-second lead over Axel Ritchie. And a 2-second lead over his brother Knox. Knox goes to the inside on C2HS. Riding on that number 8 Grand Machine. White flag is out for Cameron Spoondog Spooner. Spoondog Light out of Dania Beach, Florida. Riding for Blockhead Racing on that number 22. In second, that's Axel Ritchie on the Charlie McGuinn machine. There comes Knox Ritchie on the Graham Hunt machine. And we got Colton Meyer back in fourth. Coming down the front straight in fifth, that's going to be young Charlie Adams riding that number 23 for Spoondog Racing. There's Trevor Jenkins on the 607 Spark, lone junior runabout rider. Coming down the front straightaway, looking at the check flag, grabbing a handful. It's going to be your leader, your winner, Cameron Spoondog Light. Spooner with the win. In the overall for the day. He taking second, Knox Ritchie taking third. That could be your podium for the overall for the day right there. Colton Meyer back in fourth. Spoondog Light riding that John Block machine. And there's Charlie Adams. Trevor Jenkins, the winner in the junior runabout. Going to grow this class. The junior sport class 2 races ago didn't even exist. Now, if school was not in session, we'd probably have about 7, 8 kids out there. But that was a pretty good race right there. Race number 8. Race number 8. This is going to be your 1500 C and D, your amateurs and beginners 1500 ski class. Boat number 22, Mark Armentrout out of Radford, Virginia. We got boat number 92, Stephen Shake out of Christiansburg, Virginia. 97, that's Landon Armentrout out of Dublin, Virginia. He's a local boy. In the 1050 CD beginner class, we got boat number 78, Gary Roach's first moto winner. He's out of Louise, Virginia. The first number 8, Rad Adams out of Appleton, Tennessee, riding for One Up Storage. And we got another 88, that Harrison Reeve. He's out of Richmond, Virginia. He's going to be on the Cowie. 333 is Michael Moran out of Shadyside, Maryland, and 926 is John Patton out of Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm going to get ready for my race, Mikey.
All righty. So here we go once again, race number 8, off and away. Now, Gray was a winner in moto number 1. Gray Roich out of Louisa, Virginia, boat number 78. All righty, once again, you're watching. This is race number 8. Race number 8, combined class with our 1500cc B and C class. As your race leader comes down the front straightaway, and I believe that is boat number 92, Stephen Shake. Alrighty, so we'll go through those race leaders as they come back around. Once again, boat number 92, your current race leader, Shake. Now, it looks like we got a little boat traffic there on the back section of the course. All right, there's your race leader. Easy to pick out with that yellow helmet, Shake, out of Chesapeake, Virginia. And that's boat number 88, Harrison Reed, out of Richmond, Virginia, currently sitting in second place, 15 years fast, followed by boat number 97, Landon Armentrout, out of Virginia. So I believe we get a pair of 88s out there. Brad also running on boat number 88, but I believe currently running in second right now to Stephen Shake. So once again, race number 9 should be coming to the starting line. That is our Vetski 1050cc and Vetski for 1500cc. Again, folks, to learn more about how you can get involved with AJA Racing, you can go to and make sure you check out our Facebook page. Boat number 78, Gray, who won race number 1, currently sitting, I believe, in 4th spot out there in moto number 2. And this is Gray's first race out of, again, Louisa, Virginia. And boat number 92 will take the win here, Stephen Shake, Christiansburg, Virginia, riding atop the Kawasaki. Harrison Reed in second. Boat number 88. And rounding out your top 3 is going to be Landon Armentrout, local boy from right here in Dublin. I believe that was Michael Moran, came through in the 4th spot out of Shadyside, Virginia, or I'm sorry, Shadyside, Maryland. And then Gray came in the 5th spot. Alrighty, folks. So that's going to bring us to our next race. This is the vet ski 1050 stock class and vet ski 1500 cc stock class. Representing the 1500s, boat number 7 from Ottawa, Tennessee, sponsored by 24/7 Workout, as well as Jet Dynamics and Thrive Nutrition and Killer Frog Racing. That is Glenn Elliott. Boat number 93 out of Radford, Virginia is Dennis Jones. Boat number 76 representing the 1050 class is Jason Barnes out of Huntersville, North Carolina. Boat number 151, Kelly Neal from Piney Flats, Tennessee. And rounding out the field, Keith Dressel from Pasadena, Maryland, boat number 312. So it looks like Elliott grabbing the hole shot. And he'll be coming from the outside split. Elliott on boat number 7, riding the 1500. Sponsored by Thrive Nutrition. And here he comes down the front straightaway. And he is in command of this one. Boat number 93. Uh-oh, Glenn went down. Glenn goes down. And doesn't affect anybody back behind him. Dennis Jones from Radford, Virginia was back in second. And that didn't shake him whatsoever. Meanwhile, Glenn's getting a tow back. By the way, somebody out there lost a pen flashlight. Somebody out there lost a pen flashlight. If you lost your pen flashlight today, come up and see me. We've got it at announcing. Special thanks to Mini Stroke.
Glenn is down again, but he's back on.
So, Glenn Elliott shaking out the cobwebs there. Meanwhile, boat number 93 is your race leader, Dennis Jones from Radford, Virginia. And he is out there on the top right-hand side of the track. And I think Glenn's still trying to figure out what zip code he's in. Took a hard spill over here on the bottom left-hand side of the track. And you could tell it really took it out of him. As the white flag comes out for your race leader, boat number 93, Dennis Jones. I believe that's 312 back there in the second place position unofficially from Pasadena, Maryland. And third place coming through the Marine Corps finish line right after Glenn. Glenn down a lap. All right, not too much time left to go as your race leader comes down the front straightaway one final time. The checkered flag comes out. Put your hands together for Dennis Jones. DJ taking the win. Unofficially, boat number 322 or 312, Keith Dressel back there in the second place position. I'll check that. That is Stu Vaught on boat number 322, who's on the next page. Sorry about that, Stu. And then coming up next, race number 10. This is 1050 cc ski class. All right, race number 10 down on line. We should have boat number 91 out of Apex, North Carolina, Nicholas Spring, boat number 99 from Hickson, Tennessee. Sponsored by Killer Frog Racing, Pro Watercraft, Dayton Collision Center, Hickson Learning Center, and Team 332, Axel Ritchie. Boat number 102 from Apex, North Carolina, Jason Schroeder. And rounding out your field, boat number 712 from Cornelius, North Carolina, Nikki Turner. All right, so that rounds out your field of competitors. Once again, this is race number 10 down on line. Race number 11, stand by. And then we'll have race number 12. Just a couple more to go, folks. And what we thought was going to be a disaster earlier today has ended up turning out not. All righty, folks, here we go. Start of race number 10. All right, here comes your race leader, boat number 91. That is Nicholas Spring. Boat number 99. Back the second spot, that is Axel Ritchie from Hickson, Tennessee. Boat number 91 actually jumped the start, but he took the makeup buoy, and he's jumping back in on the lead lap. That's going to give Axel Ritchie the lead. So Axel Ritchie, Spring slides back to second. And I believe that's Jason Schroeder, 102 back there in the third spot, followed by Nikki Turner on 712. So that's the way they stack up 1 through 4 here as we get ready to near the halfway point. Next, we need race 11. Race number 11, you're coming up next. That is our 800 runabout limited class. And then race number 12 will be the final race of the day. So once again, Axel Ritchie working on to the right-hand side of the track. He'll be on the outside split. He is your race leader. Got about an 8-second lead right now over second place, Nicholas Spring. On boat number, I think early, gotten jumped in that last race. This was his actual race. Go to the inside split this time around. Wow, the white flag. Richie for 99, your race leader. So once again, one lap away from the 800 cc runabout limited class. So Schroeder and Turner still running in fourth right now as they're on their final lap. And the checkered flag comes out for Axel Ritchie, sponsored by Hickson Learning Center, Team 332, Dayton Collision Center, and Pro Watercraft. Second place going to be boat number 91. It is Nick Spring from Apex, North Carolina. And it looks like boat number 102 will round out your top here in this 1050 CC B class. Coming up next, race number 11, 800cc Runabout Limited. Boat number 86 from Dawsonville, Georgia, Rex Hayes on the Polaris. Boat number 99 from Hoxton, Georgia, sponsored by Racer Extreme and SEG Suppressors. That is Rob Morrison in 787. Nick Murphy out of Warren, Georgia, runs out your field of competitors. Once again, just as a reminder, if you are out on the water, you should have a helmet and a life vest on at all times. Thank you. All right, call the order down there on the starting line. Three racers in this one, Rex Hayes, Rob Morrison, and Nick Murphy. Rob Morrison, a winner last time, and you can see he's, looks like he's going to grab a hole shot here on the Silver Bullet. Once again, need the final race of the day. Final race of the day, race number 12. We need you down to the starting line. Once again, race number 12, which was race number 16 earlier today. Now race number 12, so we should have Kenneth Poole, Robert Bango, David Barnum, all down to the starting line. Rob Morrison riding on the edge. This time he'll opt to go to the outside split. Once again, final race of the day. We need you down to the starting line. Once again, that is the runabout class, the big runabouts, the vets runabouts, the 1800cc runabouts. Right. All right, Racer X going to collect the white flag here. Rob Morrison. And the Silver Bullet doing it again. He is moving out. So you got Morrison in front. Nick Murphy was in second from Warner Robins, Georgia. And Rex Hayes on the Polaris was in third. It looks like Murphy might be coming in on the gap. I see him out there with course marshal Randy. So that's going to move Rex Hayes up into second. So congratulations, Rex on the Polaris, moving up into second, boat number 86. All right, checkered flag comes out for Rob Morrison, going 2 for 2 here so far this weekend. So congratulations to Racer X. He points to Jared Romsberg and the camera over at rmgsports.net. Once again, if you've got the Roku channel, you can download the app from RMG. And you can actually watch the live stream on the big screen. All righty, so one more race to go before we call it a day here. Current time on deck, it's about 5 to 4, so it should be done just about 4 o'clock, folks. Give us time to go back and grab showers before we go to the party tonight. Once again, if you're going to the party tonight, make sure that you grab your ticket. You've got to grab your ticket. We need EMS to the water line, please. We need EMS to the water line. Once again, we need our EMS. Please report to the water line. Thank you. All right, looks like we are set to go here, the final race of the day. And there we go. We are off and away. We'll let you know who the leaders are as they come back around. Glad everybody could spend their Saturday morning and afternoon with us here at the AJSA Southern State Championships Tour. Tonight, the big awards ceremony. We invite everybody to the marina for the awards. So we got boat number 387, Kenneth Poole, 514, Robert Bango, boat number 3, David Barnum. All out there. Barnum a winner in race number 1, currently sits second. Currently sitting second out on the track there. I believe that's Tyler Lester, also joining the party out there from Bastion, Virginia. Lester on boat number 120. Current race leader, and then Barnum in second. So again, your race leaders on to the left-hand side of the track. And Lester now working the outside split, your race leader, followed by boat number 3, Barnum. Barnum in the 1800cc runabout amateur class. So the courtesy flags are coming up. This is a 5-lap final event right here. Courtesy flags come up at 3 laps. By the way, we need short stroke. Short stroke, please report to announcing. Short stroke, please report to announcing. Once again, they are shutting down at 4 o'clock. Once again, the AJSA tent is shutting down at 4 o'clock. If you don't have a wristband before 4 o'clock, you will not be getting one. Again, if you need to go to the, if you're going to the championship banquet tonight, you need to get a wristband. Set you back 12 plus tax. But you need to pick them up now. Once again, you need to pick them up now if you're going to grab them. And it looks like the front of the pack catching the back of the pack as we take a look out there at Tyler Lester. Lester on the outside split. He is on the blue Yamaha, or the yellow Yamaha, rather. So the white flag out, and now the checkered flag comes out for your race winner. Congratulations once again to Lester. Followed in by Barnum, boat number 3, coming through in second place. And I believe that's 387 Kenneth Poole that will round out your top 3. Alrighty, well, once again, I'd like to say a special thanks to everybody for coming out here. Day number 1 of the final race of the season here for the AJSA. Tomorrow, the first race of the season for our newest promoter with the AJSA. Now, once again, folks, make sure that you clean up around you. If you see trash or anything and you're on your way past a garbage can, make sure that you pick it up. Put it in its proper place. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to rmgsports.net for the live stream today. We've been getting a lot of good feedback from the live stream folks that have been tuning in. Special thanks to Jared Romsberg, of course, all the red shirts out there. Special thanks to all the racers, for their patience today. And on behalf of the AJSA, my name is Mike Young, saying so long, folks. We'll see you in the pits.